Order.
Atanek got ilit khosik maang kaip karlugo ikayok tigut tamat got habaw tay kabutin humilaka Ali, sorry. I can't see. I can't see me without you, Telena. Deborah.
Go down. They're having a hard time to keep up with.
Okay, hura he ulipak ukakamahe. Lokata uktoakta. Muna kairoak matkuningan niyak to alakarinik. Tabrap daw ka ating kotukot habak to tabrani mani Northwest Territories ni ikakak laguluman na nunagput. Tabratap ko atin na itkibut ilyake himarugutuminga.
Provide an update on the progress.
Kanaka hibun mo na alak to YouTube ukipak ukot kanaka nakuro kun habak to ukot mani habak to Department of Health and Social Services at ukot inyong nika ikayorot got research like who guide Dunnington over ka 2021 me got taning ichot tanung ichot got habaktot kanok got 13 hipalik got kanok ikayuligin niya kota ilihawri lugit inuit.
Mr. Speaker, since the launch of the final mode last summer,
Makwa our lucky coming fortunate made manilo ikakakligo Beaufort Delta mani nunapting ni tabalo tayo na ukaktinik tabalo ngayla ligit shoot tamat kolo hawak tingit tayo na ilihautin na ligit kay tamat kuning kanok angalaruti kranik tabalo tayo naptaok tamat ko ding ingming inyuniak toat inyuniak nimik tabalo tamat kuning ilihautin na ligit kay tamna tabalo na naichok na ulip ka kemay chok tay naktonik nalo hanay kemay chok taman na kanuhiraw tingat an aktola kirot habang-habangit tabraw na ulip kaktok habanik tap ko nga nanat kahit habak titsun niya akto tamat ko nga tabalutay na ukunan ni habak tot tamat ko na mat ko nga matkotin na angalat shirot nalaktuaklugit maliktuaklugit ukot tawak tabra inuitin na tabra ni anak tolak doani habak tuat tabra na I'm mabingin mingye na inawrani ing miktigun na habak tukrawalak tutabrani inawralani tabra tawak tay na kanok nakokta na lugo taman na angalat takikput tam na lutabra lutay na habang itigun na munakirakibut ubagut tay na lutabra tay na alagik tuat ilingit na kulhaharting na naliangit huinyaw luting tay nakaktuat napihuy lakaktuat tabra ni inyugaktut tabra tay na tamatkuat na muna kanyaligit kahit atit kublugit tay na habag kuming alagi nga kalugit habag kublugit Fort Smith, Stanton, Territorial Annervinget, Inuving Miptaw Annervinget. Tabar tamatkuat na atihiluit tay na habag tukrawit tamatkop taw na inyune ako timingnik na ilyakirakto tamaw nga tamat ko nga na anakto lakiroanin kalaw tirakigay ta kanok inyune ako himingnik tabatay na ko ting ilang itit na pihuilya kakaktot ingminyon la ko ting ahay tema tabar matuma NWT mi mani nunapting ni tamatkuat na atihilugit habako vot kaya nakpag okakti kaya nak minihitak tabrahuli minihitarot ilang ato na nanakakto lakirit ang unay aktual kirit tamatkuat na tamatkuat tabar tutunayak tamani nanakakto kawingming ni humulakaki tabar tayo na kuting tutunayak urut tabar tamatkuat Bernland Carbo matkuat mani tutungit tayo na tabar tayo na kuting na alagik tutamat ko tutut manilyo taonan nilyo humilakaki alaging mata tamat ko tingming niktaok tahit na hinikihan nagtutunik pinyakak tut tabat tahit na 99% dun tamat ko atin na bathers me na tutut ituat 6,240 tutunik tayo na tunagalan piligitsut. Tabalo tayo naptak matkod ENR munakriro tayo na tabagok tayo na tunagalan na kafinik pilyahip kaligit kahit. Tabalo tayo na tutulaktuat tabar muna kanya aligid kahit kanok tamatkuat klitso mi kabamangi naing migtigun kaba makaktutap ko tayo na angalat si humuting migtigun maniptak Northwest Territories ni tamatkuap taok tayo na ala kaya kayong mute ala kaya nigtaok tutunik tabra tamatkuat na tayo na tunagalan na alaging mata tamat ko atin na ikisililigit muna kanyang at pihugtugot pang mapak tayo GNWT lo tabrap tao king migtigon tao kaba makaktaot klitso tangong itsuat klitso mi Tabar tamat ko ding miktigun tao kaba makakoting tabar tayo na koting ing miktigo ako ting tayo na tamat ko muna kanya ilgit kahit muna kanya ako kahit kano ka angune ako ti ramingnik. Tabar tao ukwatahin iyan nami habagtod nagarod tilakadit nuna miglo muna kadit tabar tayo na koting tamat ko pingahut tabar ilitsakanya ilikibut pingahurot. Kano ka tilangit, kano tutunne ako tingit. Tayo nalutabar tayo tsukunin na habaw takay rakigait. Tabar tayo kano tinagalaan ang unayak pata tamat kuning at tutunne ak pata. Kano tinagalaan pinyak tilak rang itili maligit kahit tapkot iyan nami habaktit. Tabralo tayo na iyan na kano tinagalaan kano ingming nigit na humiyok tingit. Ang alat siringit. Kano tamat kuning ay na inyugek to ni ukiyo ni ay pa pagtay na ikayok niya tut tamat ko ni nga tutunik nagalunin na karutinik tabralo tayo na ay na isaton pitkabulugit ukiwit kek ilitsakiragot tabralo tayo na tunagalanin na abik kimarot tutin na ataw chimek pangitsot alagi huting. Tabralo tamat ko tangung itsot na muna ka rin niya tut ing miktigun tabralo ko bagutin na tabralo nga ilaw na gutirak tugut iyan aning. Tabralo 8 tun tamat ko nga malakot liwak kemarot. Tabrani ka te makapta. Tabralo tayo na nakoktarik put habaw takput tamat ko noon na tututigon. Tabralo tamat ko inyuni ako tingit na tamani inyuit tayo na akyangit kalawakibot agilahan tamat ko na anguniak paslak pata na ilitsakibluta kanuto nagalaan tamat ko at pierniak mata hukay lilunita na mikiruraw tako ni nunguniak mata. Sabab tayo na tutunek ti kaming tutunek tot mat ko at nakarute na tabra ikayo kakagay tamat ko tutok kana no na itsok tok lugi tamat ko nakakrangin yik kaya nakpak minyahitak yalo na ignore me kaya nakokakte una hibun wow mga tiblo nga nutatsyamik ka kano kanyak pawam ni. Tabralo tayo naptaw ka okaw chinik okalang niyak tublo pag tabraw na sungaw rakiblo ni inyum una pilyanga sungaw rakiguruam. Tabraw na ilokanyik tabar tamat ko na huli ako rakto at ikayo ko galawakit ka ilokanyik ilokata ikayo ko labot tabralo tayo na tamat ko na pulagtak to na kinyarang pirakalugit tabralo tayo na tunagalan tayo na nakarutinik tao nanaraktok to at nagaluni tamani nakarutilakhiro at tamat kop tao kayo kalugit yellow knife me tamat ko kanya inyugek to at pulagtak to at inyugek kinayak to at mani yellow knife me ilokata tawdak himagibut Tabra tayo na tam na tabra. Ukwat it na isumatigilit kita. Una na hiya kakop ko. Nagalunin na humik isumatilero bitay na habatigon. Tabra tamat ko tayo na inuwekit ko galawakit kaptak mani inuit habakrang inyik ay tsok takalugit. Tabraw ka nugu ay tiyay at prirokiga. Matkot pulagtak to at mao nga inarap tingnon. Pulagtak to at pigibliwik o kaw tigilakit ka kuyanak. O kakti. Tabrap tao ka. Tap mapaklo tayo. Biligid hunalaka. Hunalaka pigo mangidlo. Tabrap tao tamat ko atin na. Matkwa pubaklo ni kun. Inyuga kirut. Tabrap kapit ikitswa ni na inawra ni itwat. Tabrap tayo naptaw kahit na inyo na ako tingat, inyo na ako hingit na hapakanakirot pang mapak. Mani NWT mi. Kanakulo tamat ko at na isumagilugit, mikirura ni na inawra ni itot. Ikitswa tao inyong itay na tamat ko tabrat hapakalak ko tamat tumuna pupakala ko ni kun. Tabralo tayo na hindi malugot tayo na hiyang niyak to kilamik. Hiyang niyak to humuli ka. Tabralo tamat ko at mikibay luting inarat tamat ko at ugto kimali, ugto kimatkogit ka. Isumakama o kakamaloy na pirakit kay ugto kimatkogit kay litsyo niya ako ting bubaklo ko na kakamagayming. Tap ko hiya kong ilugit humulika, ki humulika. O kakti, tabrap tao ko na, o ka na tilirakilay chugut, na o ka tigilay kibut tamatkot, ilitsyo kaptigi. Kano ka ikayo na aklugit ukot habaktot ay mabiram ni inilyani kanok ukot kalaw tinakirito ukot health and social services habak tot kuyanak the batch amino kalang niyak to kuyanak kautinnya ukakanya una kanok habak tot ukot kanok yani kinyarnik pinyak paikida ukot yani hakurut ilani kanya chuka kot kanoka kinyarnik pinyak tot kanoka kot unat ukot kinyart manit kanok pilyanak naktut kot budget nik tahugay tukot kanok taniktun kanok kinyart ilila naktot humili ka humun habak tuan ukat patita ka Kanoka kwat habautikapta una ukon kinyarni kanoka pilyata tagu de kanoka kinyarni pilyanak tot kihulaka habaktot nagalunin habagbingmi. Akot apekri falak kaloktunga. Una ukapalang niyaktok sa bachami. Akot ninarat inilat kanok pinyaktot Ilyani pilyaychit kanokawkot habaktot kanokikayonakirt kinyarnik minyaktot inarani inilyani kinyarit makot kanok pilyanaktot kanok kayanak. Twin Lakes mina kalang niyaktok.
Mr. Speaker, today our theme is focusing on small communities. Small communities of the
Ukot
Northwest Territories,
inilarani ukot kanok
all the way up to the Arctic coast, and our territory covers vast distances. Mr. Speaker, our small communities also have a lot of needs. Some of
ukot inarat
granted. Some small communities have no doctor, and few don't even.
pinyakalawak tut aglan
Some have no
ukot ilan ni inarat kanok palihimay chut nagalunin habak
in a small community
habaktot magko kanok
health center.
kanok inawar ni kanok anyak mating anak kaming kanok hospital mutiniak to
Less support for them in their community.
tot
Housing available, which leads to faster.
igiluyat talk
Speaker, we have seen in the past years like TB go
ukot TB anyak una TB
communities very hard.
ukot ka publalum
From residents,
piyuk para itinit inarni
Mr. Speaker, with the pandemic
kaya nak
behind us now,
na publalok luni taymaktok
issues for our residents that they deserve. So I look forward to working with my colleagues here today
uh,
to bring a positive change for the people of small communities. Thank you.
ukot inarni kayo nakirit
Thank you, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes. Member statements. Member for Decho.
techomin o kalang niyaktok.
That's it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in this house today to express my community and other small communities.
Ukot ka ukakilang niyarit ka inimni
Communities do not see any expansion in wish list
kanok ukot kinyarni ka
positions which will add value to our workforce and community.
kinyarni pihuk tutuli
Into the ninth
kanok
one central
ay mabimni
threat to government employees
pihuk dot
or a regional center.
angilili
Small communities see this as a threat,
angirok
where very existence and this can only enhance the local economy.
ukot ka kanok
Then be able to plan
ikayo nakirit kwat inilarot
new employees and perhaps
kanok inyong ikayuluting nagalunin kat inyuit havanik ditkarlukit.
We scratch our heads and wonder why we constantly
Hawk.
get turned away
Hawk
from this government.
Hawk
Yet when last
apekhrikapta kanok pingit pilaitchit.
simply because they come from a large center. If COVID has taught us anything in
Puvlalo una
staff,
kanok ikayok pati kanok inyo naramik
this government with no end results,
uh,
even receiving apology for this sad situation.
nagalunin akwat kalaw nikit kan nga kanok habang kama
Services,
nakuro kun habang
lack of
pik
infrastructure, lack of attention, education system.
inyo itara kakangit kat.
Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on and on, but I believe small communities' issues have been brought to the forefront many times.
Hukwat kanok
This government
habang nakalok tut inarni
wants of the people.
aglan pihuk nak tokholi. Kuya nak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the need for safe, affordable, and well-built housing has been the North's primary focus for decades. And it has
Hukwat kanok
standing committees as a root
kanok habak tot
to social challenges. Levels of government have spent over 60 years
hukwat government habak tot government ni habak tot kanok hukwat ikayok na akalokait aglan
housing programs pushed home ownership through the Matchbox Home Housing Loan Program and the Northern
pingitchit hukwat iglunik iglunik habak tot kanok
homeowners created by government home ownership programs who now deal with high mortgage arrears and housing
hukwat iglokak tot kanok kinyarnik at atonak tok hukwat
costs to bring in contractors.
kanok pinyakpat
Care needs are not exclusive to privately owned homes. The government's public housing
hukwat iglunik haktot iglokak tot hukwat
minister to provide a detailed homes in his riding out of core need. The minister pointed to community housing plans as the solution to
hukwat kanok
want to plan and what they want delivered in their communities. End quote. But Mr. Speaker, the community housing plans identify existing housing
hukwat inarani ikayo nakiruti iglukun nagalunin kanokleka hukwat igluning naktot nagalunin iglukaktot ikayo nakirut kanok pinyaktot hukwat wutak tabertay na kinyakalwakap tigit kanok tamat ko igilokaktot igulakirani tay na luptak tabra na tamat ko na ilihaw ti hulugit pigalwakibot tabra tay na inaraming ito tay na yung miktiun ang alalahit ko bulugo kanok inyak tilakangat nagalunin kanok akilirak rangit iluting kuyanak pagkukakti kuyanak frame like me kuyanak kukakti kuyanak president kauklek kake na ukakalang na una huamatikun ukalang niyak tunga ulupak tabalo tayo na tunagalan kanok patmat ko atin na ingmiktigun na atok takto atin nalutaman na kanokoting na ingmiktigun taok angalat chuhlugu angalat kumijungin na tamat koatin na anmuk kaya kahit kanito nagalan ko wati kamati tamat koat inaralat tamat koat pingahuru din na aulak kangit kanok tamat kuninga ato ko na lahibligit ikayuti silangin ni huam matingi igilud mingni sabalo tamat ko din na miktigo na habakpak tigon muna karirot tabar ilingit tamat ko pimagait sabalo tamat ko di sumatigin na yakay kanok ikayuti silaming ni isumanayaktot 2021 tap ko na ni tamat ko din na kanok tinagalan inyak tuak kanok tinagalan kinyaran ni katoko na akpat tamat ko ni nga napay guming klitso chimita pero tamat ko din na klitso mi inaran ni tamat ko at pibait kait o kakte mampremi kaya na ko kakte tabalo tamat ko at manahematluitin na una tamat ko at na tabalo tamat ko at huamarot na ay chokto ni inyong nun tamat ko at huinyalira kagayat isumangit kakihangit huinyalip kakakagayat tabalo tamat ko at na ilihimagibot tabar tam na tayo malak niya aktot humigila ka taman na alla kayarok tabar inawala ni tayo na mikibay luting na inawrabot kanakulo tabar tamat ko din na ikayo tikrangin nyik nitakakaitin na isumalog to nga pang mapat tabar lo tayo na tamatap tamani tap mani inarami na kanok tangalay kalak tot aglan pang mapakit na marehimatlong ni sigaklong ni kuniglaka tamat ko ni nga kairakakton tamat ko tabrahuin niya ligat na inyo niya kabingat 1 atawhek 9 min tamat ko tayo na tunagalan inyo nutak katit na tamat kuning atulekot tabalo tayo na ili tsokanyaktut tayo na sigaklog pagtuanik nagalunin marehimatluit ato matigidit na alla nga hiraktut inyuit tabalo ang yukangit na ilihima ura ka niya ako ting kano haka tikraming nalupke huktu tamat kununa tabrali hemarugut tay nalo tabrawagut tay na ili hemagalo aktugut kano hayakaw tikranginyik aglan tap ko na ingmik ikayu tikraminyik bakalaktut pang mapak ikayo nakkepe aktut tabralo tamat ko tutakirut sa kihut tabralo utok kanat nagalunin inyalat nutakhat tamat ko tabrelo katingtay na imigamon na hatchingit imigamon tabrelo okapa hulunga inyit nagangit pan nga okapa na yakto nga nagakta mikpit pa okakte tabralo tautugula putuna kanyaktol lagalag putuna yukhan mitay na hurugtot tabralo tay na tunagalan tabralo tay na tamat ko tunay karo tamat ko nga tay na isang materialo akipot tabralo tao kay na nutakakaitin na huinyalala kagay tinyuni akaningit tabralo tay na tamat ko nga atok talakilugit matkod nutakarat nagalunin ang iyo kaming nyo nagalantay na atulekot kuyanak Member for Graceleaf una kalang niya. Tabraw na utake hanna kemarungo pang mapak. Tabraw na mani territories ni tabrapta ko wagudit na huwa marugut inaraptiktun inakpaktitun tawkitugut uwanam taw na tama tay na habakama habamnik na kulelang na kaya habaka tabra tay naklunga mani itoak tunga umani hibunniakbing kuna katimabikpak unilay kiga tabra lutamat ko din na tabra kafe ko lutam na apakluta kaya ataramik kafe ko luwit tabatam na ikakon ukakadakaiga magita na ukakato kamatam na ukakadakaiga ataramik tabalu tamat ko din na tam na kinyaranik ato kramingnik ikit pa tam na kinyarangat tabalu tawkin na Tabra tamat ko din na isumarekin niya nga digit mat ko ding miktikon habalgit. Aglan tam na 30,000 tuntay na tunagalan tamat ko nga atul larut. Tabra ni tap to mani ikako timi. Tabra tak tamat ko din na ukiumi aragako ting agarakta ako ting tamat ko nga huwa ato kraming nik. Tay na pilota kayaktut. Tabalo tamat ko taw. Tay na utak-tak din na sigakalong nik nagaluni. Tamat ko ning hagaktot isumalot tibigit. Tabalo tay na kanut nagalan kasalektot ingmig taw kanok tamat ko taw atulagay tabrapta ko na tayo makotigin niya ngitkiga tayo na kauti hakatakiga Tuniday waliday kalang niyak to ko na okay kalaway una policy niktay hugay tanit una kanok malakituliok tit kuat hinarit kanok kay init kanok inyurokut inyurot
sign a social economic agreement with the mining
kanok habak tuat kanok ikayiliting habang pingmi kuat ninabatani habak tuat tamin mainik tahugay kanok habak pata kuat kanok ikayu pat kuat inyita habang nek mata kuat DNWT government put kuat kanok ikayu nek pata inyong nik kuat habang nek tot kuat habangin mata kanok apakrinyak to kanok ikayok nak hirit anu apesri parnek tunga
Member statements. Returns oral questions. Recognition of this year's
na hindi minukalang naktok. Kat pulaktot aglan una ukakti. Mary Jane case ano bago ka mani habaktok. Kano ka mumiktichiro ka mani.
Recognition of visitors in the gallery.
Kat una Inuvik Twin Lakes minakalang naktok. Boot Lake. Kaya nak
Recognize our Inuvialuktun translators, Valerie Stephenson and Lily Elias, and it's Lily's birthday today, so happy birthday.
panigabulum panigabulum uba pertek parak tok ka anivik Inuvik Boot Lake na Inuvik Twin Lakes ka na ukalang nak. Got Mumik Chirok, Valerie Stephenson, and Lillian Elias. Hey, thank you.
Ariga!
Adiga. Great slave mina kalang naktok. Iyan down ba pulaktok Northern News Services min. Kuya nak. Got pulaktot kai cafe kuya nak barak. Got pulaktot tayo kai cafe. Wagut daw ka mumik chirot kuya nak barak. Heber South min kulang nektok. Apakrilang nekting Minister of Health nun. Kanaka ugat pinyak pata habang niyak pati ito ugat kanaka puvlalong mika tautong niyak nak ugat government federal government Canada government ugat kanaka ugat kanaka rapid testing dahil gato na kanaka puvlalog pinyakpat tabra na puvlalong mika pinyakto ka ukuninito ka Dawkering mita Colville Lake Pichokan Dinahinik Saks habab daw. Hukot daw ka kano ka ikayunyak tot kano ka pinaktot magkuhat puvlalong kano ka kuhat kano kuhat ikayo ko nakpata kuhat puvlalong mika kaunak kirot kaya nak inarni ukat health center nik tayo hugay dukot inuit ikayurat munakirat nurses
health centers.
ukat
Make a point at this point that the purpose of the tests is
mauna
place masking, vaccination, social distance, and so on. It's a way for
una
to test they have symptoms before
kao naginakir kuna kanok
deciding not
buvlaluk kanok habang naktok
vaccination.
thank
Thank you.
you kaya na
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
kaya na
Mr. Speaker, not all communities have an ordinance store.
ukat inarat humili ka Dr. Richard Northern Stornik
And be able to hand out those rapid tests. But in the communities that don't have them,
ukat inarat
Kisa, for instance,
kakisami pichok dam na puvlaluk pinyak mating
Haver South, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. In all cases, the North
ukat Northwest Company tin ukat daut kerviji kanok daut kervini una rapid testing ukdoak dat ukat inarat apay hinarani dam na COVID testing dahugay tu na puvlalum katak oh la
For Haver South, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you.
Health and Social Services umnakilang naktok ukat puvlaluk puvlalung nika
For schools and businesses, nonprofits, and so on who are involved in the detection.
puvlalung nika
Have a good stockpile of tests now and
tawdung nakto
continue to access tests.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister of Finance tell us if she believes the current process for budget allocations among communities is done fairly and equally? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget allocations are done based on needs of the whole of the Northwest Territories. So when the budgets are being prepared, first,
Speaker, is incremental budgeting. So
ukat kanok kinyaranik habagtot humulika lalu ukat kanok budget nik dahugay ukat kanok kinyaraning habagtot
has to get done basic work, has to get done basic services.
kanok leka
Budget, put it together. They bring
habagtar lugu ukat kanok
to that things like those are
kinyaranik
inflation is
uvunga taikunga humulika
and then as a consensus government when we have set up
ukaktot
we look at the fiscal situation that we're in.
una kinyarat it
Priorities that we've all come up with.
hinaktot kalok
Assembly, you'll recall 2 budgets ago,
habagtar hugait
this government. Before COVID, before various other fuel increases, before floods, and yet, Mr. Speaker, that's the situation we're in. So that is how the money is allocated. Again, is to make sure that the government keeps functioning, that all of the Northwest Territories get the programs and services it requires, and that we, as a territorial government, make our best efforts to achieve every single
Ukot ubagut territorial government urugut kanok habang nirak kapta nakura kun aulaki hurugut kuyanak
Funding allocations among all
kanok ato akrat kinyarat pihuwatigit
Bacha, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again,
kuyanak kakakti
geographic determination. We don't
kanok
example that one region needs to get more or less than another.
Kanoka kinyarit makuha ato kamingit tamna pifarna ngitok tamna pinyang ngitok tamna pekharam nakhirok taina hakulay chut habaglay chut taina kanoka ukata iliharving nika pinyak iliharving mikpi minik pihukalak
in through each assembly, coming in through each minister who puts that lens of need and knowing the priorities that we've assigned for ourselves. That's how it gets allotted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Tabacha mina kalang nekta. Minita kalaw de living kanok kota kinyarit atorowati atorowati kota inarak aglirak tamna atoronek pa kinyarit nagaluni nukot una kinyarnik taina habalay chut ukot kihulaka toronakta tap ko tabra hiagugay tumulaka na una inarak pi Inuvialuktun kinyarit ay chokonerik put ukotahin ikililugo tamna ay choktakanangit kikputit nangit kikput tabi ati nirakalugitait na atokrat kinyarit atoktit takibut tabi isuatun tait na tabi tamatkot ay chuti kinyarit kaya nakpag kakte Tabra ako likra ko na apakrutakran. Tabra minihita mo kalaw tila mga tabra lukot kanok na ay chutigi para ay chutigi hubatigit na kinyarat ilingita pirakabati naga ulipi pirakabati tabra lo na hibulla kami o kalaw ti kakaw na Tabalutay na kanok hiagakibut kinyarat ukwat atokoneak kanga ti nakakota natunagla na atokoneak to natunagla ako di inaralani tabalutay ukwat kabamauro ti na ingmiktigun tawak tamatkot habaw takadakagayt nalo kanokolo matkot atokrawrut ubunga atokrawrut kinyarat kukot pihuktut tay nakakuting tamatkot tabra wakalaw tirakagatigut tabra tako mga tay na ilokata tao chikun na katimarit tabra tay na tinagilan atularakibut kinyarat kukot nahiyak to akalawit pirakibut kaya nakpak Kaya slave me. Kaya nak. Tabraw na apakrutakak to nga uminga. Ika ako timik una apasar lang niya kaya minihitaw ra ako nigla kahabak pang nik minihitak. 30,000 ton tayo na agrak tut atutik raming niktabro nga tam na ika akon habak kumisong. Kaya kihut akilera hebati tamat ko dili sa kalyaw nakalunga. Kaya akilera niya akpagit tamat ko at akilak to ko na akpatigit. Kuya na ko kakte. Tabraw ukwatit na. Tap ko din na ilitso kay gupta haba kraw pantay nakalunga. Tay nakuta na Tabratap ko na isagutenik tot ay natamat ko pigi tamat ko di kayo niakalawaki butagilan isagutak kak nagit isagutak kak patakihenik at tamat ko at tutisat. Tabalu tamat ko na hibule mek apekutay harlo kakatabra apekutay niya man na sikukun ilaw hutilangat kanok tabra tay na ilihimabat tay tamat ko at apkotek pangmek apkotiniki na ilihimara sikukun na laronik na ilan ni matkot ukumay chuanik tamat ko at atudlabatigit apkotit kaya nakakakti kaya na niya tabra ko tay na tunagilan na tabra ilokanyik tay na ilitsura niya kakibot ilihimara kaktigut apkotek pangnik kanok ato ko niyak tilakangit tabra tay na 2023 mi tabra January 2027 mi tabra tamat ko din na toak kakatakot kuya nakpak Chris Lamy tabra una ilan ni na kanga kitilay chuk kanga kitilay chuk dila ni na wagodi na isumati kaptigo isumaraktigot ahen ilingita tay na ilaw tigirotin pigirakigait tabra na apakirutakilang niyakiga tabra tamat ko nga na kapilakakpit nagaluni habag takakpit tay na tamat ko na ilihimarukuranik tabra tay na mat ko inawara ni ito at apkotakakta tay na sikukun tabra tamat ko ilingita na ikayo kuming tabra nakunayak tam na kaya nakpak tabra tamat ko na ilihimarot sikumik ilihimarot nagaluni na ilihimarot apkotek pangnik nagaluni tamat ko nga kamilaki okto sikumik ilitsura niya ako ting kanuto nagalaan tamat ko at aksalikat awla bikranganik kaya nakokakti tabra ako likra ko na apakirutakin lang na yakin tabra ako kaya nakpagka tay na una nut kakiligi choko kyok ato hirap tingnig na ilitsakilali chugut kyut kikpan tabra na una minihitak tay na pulak na akpatap kunung tulita mi na apkatakakto anun kaya nakakte tabra kukwatit na okakatigin niya kabutit na kanokin niya tilakranga tabra tay na katigin mikat kay na ilitsaka niya aklugit kanokin magantaman na apkutingat GNWT tabra tamat ko na hawak pangnik munakriroak tabra na tabra na hibon mun awla ni aktugut tamat ko nga isagutin ni kapta kaya nak apakrilang nariyain na habak pangnik habaktok infrastructure miktai hugdat kanok ukwat kanok ukwat ikayok pati ukwat I'm a bit ukwat kanok ikayok pati atok nekto ukwat greenhouse nik pihugay tugait koyanak nalungi tu kuat habak kanok lekha kuat hibun mun aulak tot kanok kamiti kuat kuat kanok transmission lines niktai hugay kuat kuat habak tot in our ni kamatimi kuat kanok kanok ikayonak hitu kuat koyanak kanok kuat about tari kaming una kanok ilut klichoni ka atok patigi kanok hurut mani koyanak infrastructure mintai 2030 got about tayo put na kanok got kanok atokonak to got GHG commission remissions niktay hugay kanok nakuro ko na hima ukat habak tutukat kanok in our igluni kanok nakuro ko kaslinik ato na yak 38 million atok tutukat kinyaranik kanok nakukinyaklu kanok atokonak kuat greenhouse emissions niktay hugay tukat kanok gasolinik atokonay chok kuyanay minita ko na koyanak parak ukwat ka kanok ukwat in our klichomi kanok ato ko na pati tukwat gasolinik ato ko na chat kanok ikayo na piti tukwat gas Clicho region.
After 6.
Ibon mo na lang ito kanok. Too much.
Mini hydro. It's important, Mr. Speaker, to note that the
Ugot habak tot we got hibon mo na lakto habautar lugu kwat na ko kinyak lugu kanok kanok kwat habaktot kanok gasoline katun atulay lugi kwat emissions niktay hugay kwat kaya nak Hukat ka inarit kano ka hakuta ka na aklugi chukat iswa ko na habauta niya aklugi kwat ka ikayo na aklugi kano ka yung gasoline sonic ato ko nakto tiglit una kinaktot igiluit kaya na
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did talk about the
kawin o kakayanik ka una kanok
is assessed against some of the main goals of having the reliable services here in the Northwest Territory. It is our mandate to be able to reduce emissions, greenhouse gas,
Hukat kanok o kakayanik ka una
to take part of the engagement because it's a feedback from that that helps us go forward in the action plan. That's all I'll say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
kaya na
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions.
Oral questions, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of ITI, and I'd like to know what kind of training initiatives are currently being offered to our small communities to help them build tourism capacity. And I know many of these COVID kind of threw a wrench in it, but when those programs will be available in person again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for industry, tourism, and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, quite a number of training opportunities are available. Some have continued, some are gone virtual, for example, and I'll just note that there are available on ITI's website, so if I don't...
Tabrona ITI nakakakayaratigot ilichorep kakayatigot tamna ilichorep tamna ilichorenik ko Tabalo tamat ko din na manin no nunapting ni iglulakirwat. Tabalo tayo na ilihamarugot pulak ta kaneli chutu pinakapak. Mat ko din na isaguti niya kahit. Tam na ang makimagikput. Tabalo tayo na ilihamarugot tayo na mat ko nga munakrirot pulak tektonik. Na ilang ingmiktigun taok mo nakrihuri tamat ko nga. Tabap taok tayo na tamat ko ring miktigun habaligit na habak ikayo niya kayubot kanito nagalanin na hurakaw ti siya mingnik pihuk pata kaya nakpak. Yellowknife North me. Arigaw na. Tam na pasota kay niya kagaw na. Tabaw ko atin na ilihaw tirikram ni mingnik na kihumik na galunin mga yalo na imun kaya kanya nga ako aglaan tabang iptaw kilihaw ko pilya halaruhi. Kaya nakpak ITI. Kaya nakukakti. Tabaw na kuya ipiyakaya na kuwaki tam na ito aki Mani Northwest Territories mi. Tabaw taw kitay na alamig alat kun na ilihaka na yaktot. Ilitsaka niya yaktot kanok iti langit. Kanok pihuti langit tay nakapatahuing kiput. Tabaw taw tayo na tinuglanin na ilan ni at tamatkot at kakagait kanoni aktil akraming nikin na ilan ni tabalu tamatkot ikayok tinik ibaklako ritumilya ka nakin ukuning alunin minihitaranin hunigla ka habagtuanik na habak pangnik habagtuamik. Kaya nakpak. Yal naip not min. Kaya nako kakti. Tabraw na ako kakadlang na akiga. Tabraw tayo na ilira ka matigit inaralanon. Nakuha kayibot pang mapak. Naito kakibot. Tabraw tayo na tunaglanin na ila ni kinyaranikit na tamay hurut. Tamay rockri hurut. Na atok pailo din kinyaranik. Tabraw tayo na tamat ko din na tangung itshot kaba makaktot na ataw chikun habakati kupta. Tabraw na tam na taw tu kalwaki ka. Tam na kuya nakyal na kinawat min. Ay ti ay mini kinyaranik munakri rock mini hitak. Tabraw na igilo una ako lautin lang na akiga. Tayo na tabraw tamat ko din na yung miktigun kaba makaktotin na ilitso kanya lang niyakiwat kanok ato ko nga tapkot. Tabraw tayo na tayo na tunagalan ang iruakun tayo na tabraw tamat ko din na ilitso kanya kayakibutin na lo tamat ko na inara ni bulagtak to ni king miktigun ang alatsirot. Tabraw tayo na ilihima huwak tugot kanuhakaw tingin yik tayo na pigo mga kuming taptimingan na kunayaktok. Kaya nak tabraw tayo na tayo kay ing miktigun na kabamakaktotin na lo ing miktigun tamatkot ang alalagay pulaktak to at mga nunapting nun. Tabraw tap ko na kabamarot mani na tauchiko na ko at habakatigit kugit ka ing miktigo aktot ing miktigon kabamalgit. Tabraw tayo na ilokating tayo na iloka na tauchiko aktot. Tauchiko aktot tamat ko nga pulaktak to anik munakri hurigit tauchikon. Tabraw tayo na tamat ko na kanok aglim magayta na agalunin ikiklim magayta. Tabraw tamat ko na isumati kaptigit. Na iso atun tao chikun na habakatigi guta tamat ko tutkik kaya kaybot. Kaya nak. Ma'am Trumin. Kaya na ko kakti. Muna kirak. Ukot muna kita kapatigit na tuniyok kairat mat kuninga marahimaslongnik na agaluni sigaklongnik. Kaya nakpat ukakti. Ukot kano ka doktor hupatsong nika ukot ikayo niyo kukay sa ukot humitabang hakar kaulakot. Ukot kano ka ikayuniak pihi kanok ukot inarni habaktot pifarne bihigi
Mr. Speaker, this is an area that we continue to invest in.
ukot ukot habaktot inarni pifarne alor put kanokay kayuirot munakrit pifarne alor ribut inarni
A selection of services available to people to try and meet them where they're at and for the needs they have.
ukot ikayorne alor ribut
Our biggest challenge is making that known to the public rather than increasing the number and variety of services. Thank you.
kanokay kayune alor ribut glan
Thank you. Minister commit to undertaking a pilot project where a team of
ukot piljavat inarni kanokay kayu farne luting ukot inyunuk hak anaktonika
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point of the addictions and recovery
ukot
and aftercare program is in fact to
anaktot kanorlika ukot addictions niktay hugay ukot inuit anaktot hiaklun nangalunin manahil manahil marahik linik atoktot ukot ukot ikayarni akluit ukot inuit ukot kanok ikayarni akluit kanok ukot una ikayirot kanok minita ko na ikayilabati utukot kanok ay mabimni ukakti i pigalo aktu utukot kanok kanok ukot doktot maka nakung kalaktut ukot kautiblugi tukot ukaituk ukay ukautinak tukot inuit inyait Manapta kahad na
For the Housing Corporation said that on April 1st, 2020, the Housing Corporation amended its construction
ukot igilinik habaktot kanok apekrilang narit ka kanok
of the construction project.
kanok
Identified 33 new apprentices working
33 to na ukot ihaktot apprentice niktay hugay tukot kanok habakpat kanok igliliak pat huli una kanok munariba munare hubatigit
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for
Kuya
the
nak
question as well. Too, when we were looking at the 90-unit delivery throughout the Northwest Territory,
ukat 90 unit deliver mikat bitay hugay tukot igliliak na aktot 92
questions that she had asked, the requirement to provide an apprentice work assignment applies to the Housing Corporation's new construction contract.
ukot kanok
There's a requirement
pivatigit
to hire local, and we need to include an apprentice as well too. The contractors required under this term
ukot ilihaktod pinyepiak lugit habakkalak tugut
interim progress payment request.
habakkalak tugut tayo na
Assignment. It is a contractual requirement, satisfied, the contractor could be deemed in breach of the contract. To date, I am pleased to advise that the Housing Corporation has not.
Housing Corporation una habang mata nakuha ko ni inyaktot mako pihugay.
Question is about supporting these apprentices beyond the project. So how is Housing Corporation
Kano ko kwato diya ka naktot pivagit
program to become journey persons? Thank you.
kano ka inyaktot ikayok patit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kaya na
The apprentices would have a range of
ukwato ihaktot
to advance in their program.
kano ko kaya kayo na ako pati
Projects
ikayo na ako
private sector and others, including indigenous governments. The Housing Corporation also continues to promote apprentices
ukwata ka ukwat ha iglunik ka
supports up to
naparot ihakto tamara pinyahu alwakait
development officer out of BC
pinyahu alwakait
who can advise an apprentice on employment opportunities and jobs in demand across Northwest Territories.
kano ka ukwat
Officer supports the apprentice
kano ka
through their apprenticeship.
ihakto ti kayo ne peakluit
These supports career counseling,
ukwat
resume writing
iglunik ka naparot
for each level of their apprenticeship, financial supports during the technical
ukwat
training,
kano ko kaya kayo hurit
their technical training. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
kaya na
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much,
Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, and I'm happy the Minister brought up the relationship with ECE, because I think that's a really important
ukwat ka kano ka habaktot ECE tao ka
to maintain a list
habak habagurut tao chikun ukwat
that contractors can access. And I'm
ukwat inaranip tao ka ukwat
relationship
hindi hakanaktot
your advisors actually have access to the needs of a community as far
hindi
as
hakanaktot ukwat
high school students when they go into
pilut
to take on these roles in their communities. Thank you.
kaya na
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for housing.
housing
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I heard 3 questions in that question. But it's good to get the information out.
ukwat kano ka
The Housing Corporation continues to work closely
ukwat ubagut tao ka housing organization niktay hugay tukwat iglunik habaktot isip tao ka ukwat habaktot kano ka
mental working group with ECE and provides regular reporting
kano ka
on apprenticeship hires.
hikayo niaksugitin yuit habang niaktot kano
Through our new construction contracts.
ukwat tao ka
Works with ECE to verify the apprentice
ECE tao ka
construction contract.
habang tayo hugay tukwat hindi hakanaktot kanok nakura kun nakura kun ikayok luit
Privacy legislation, ECE does not share names of apprentices with employers.
ukwat habang niaktot ukwat ihaktot kanok
Looking for apprentices. Further,
apprentices niktay hugay tukwat hindi hakanaktot kanok habang niaktot
on employment opportunities and jobs in demand across the Northwest Territories. Must see, Mr. Speaker.
kaya na
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Kamloops.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Cam
Speaker,
like
for
me.
the 7th question today, I was wondering if the Minister can share if
minita ko na
are shared
kanok
with the community in order to engage local residents on what the plans are of Housing Corporation.
kanok kayo niyak but kano iglunik habaktot
Thank you, member for Kamloops.
Kaya na.
Minister responsible for housing.
Thank you, Mr.
Kaya na.
Speaker. The Housing Corporation District Office
housing corporation una iglunik habaktot
by priority repair projects
kanok ikwat iglunik
to work with
isok kinyaktot kanok
communities that identify priority investment areas, including
ukwat
repairs
ka
priorities. The Housing
ukwat habang niaktot kanok lekha
Community Housing
ukwat
Support Initiative Program
hibun mo na wala ka nektot, kanokle ka, ikayo ka nekugay. Kaya na.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Wilde.
Tunde Wilde min kalang nektot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kaya na.
I just wanted to touch a little bit on the affirmative action policy.
Una affirmative action nigtay hugay that kwata inyit tanong itchot ikayo ka nekluit.
At that time, they felt the need of creating a policy. So it's been 46 years now since that.
46 years ukiunik pirok.
It needs a lot of work, and I'm hoping that.
Kwata habang naka aglak parak to kwata kanok
I have a question, but I mentioned earlier that GNWT holds the diamond mines.
kwata GNWT government kwata diamond mine kwata habak to at ninamatani
The employment targets by department.
kanok habak pat
To this house. That's it.
kanok habak pat taiko.
Member for Tunde Wilde, Minister responsible for finance.
Una
Mr. Speaker, I
kilang
have
niyak to
government's finance or human resources plans in front of me. I do have the Department of Finance with me, Mr. Speaker.
kwata kinyarinig habak to kilang niyak to
In the Indigenous Recruitment and Retention Framework is to include senior management, middle management,
kwata habak to huminyak kanokle ka in finance department ay hugay to kanok kinyarinig habak to
Indigenous employees, non-Indigenous employees, so that there's an understanding of what the targets are and an understanding of where we are at in achieving them. That, as I said, I have the finance one here, but this is a template
kwata kinyarinig habak to kwat
which is part of what is different, is actually having those targets in a way that is, again, the whole of government have the same template, the same approach. Each department is going to have its own target, and they will be required to report back on them year after year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tunde Wilde.
Tunde Wilde min kilang niyak to
Speaker, when you look at
kalang niyak to
diamond mines and how the report.
kanok kwata inyit habak to at ninamatani diamond mine niktay hugay.
Oversight can be managed. Can the minister commit to reviewing the jobs under the public sector and categorizing them in a way that separates out entry level
Kwata una finance department kinyarinig habaguro ka
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
kanok habang niakpit kanok ikayo nini
For every department is so that they are looking at the different categories, because the representation of Indigenous Northerners in different categories is not the same.
ikayo niya kalak to taglan tabakot hiwan mo na awla niyak tugot kahit nalo tamat ko nga na ataw hiwangit siya ko na iwan niyok tuak inuga pingahurot na atana kaktut kaukla kaktut tugla kaktut pingayo kaktut tabat tabatay na ito nagala kahit na about takadakagatam na Tunde Wilde min minita ko na o kautigil paong una na kunayaktok. Kaya na ko kaktoy. Kaya na Tunde Wilde min di tabra tayo na tabra tam na hibo na kayagput. Tabra nga kanya payaktok tam na. Tayo na taking miktigon habaligit. Nagalonin habang nakapta tap tumingay tutrik kaya nakapta tam na ataramik hibo nakarakik po tam na tabalo tayo na ataw chikun in natugli guta habaw tayo nakarakik po tam na kaya naktak tabla ako likra ko na apakirut tayo lang kaya nakakakte minihita mo apasol lang na kayo na minihita tamat ko din na tanungit chotit tamat ko ni nga hawanik pihu kami na ila ni hapakrakti takparong tabap taok tayo na taok ilokating tayo na tabap taok tayo na una habak pingit kumiyong pitkillarok habamik tapti mga ukto at killarok tabap taok tayo na itutuli tabalo tayo na angalat sirikramik pihukuming agalago ni uma inyong pirakrakalawanga agalan pingit kumiyong akimangit kumiyong tam na habak pitkillarok tabalo tayo na itut inangit kanok kanyakta na kaya kamilakaw na kaya ilitsaka niya piakalungo kanok kayo lang magakpit kaya nakpak tabalo tamat ko atin cam like me okakte tabaw na pakilatakin lang niya kaya ukuno nga umunga amin yung hitaw ramon anak tala krinik nagaluni ikayo nyimik inyungnuk matkalo okauchit matkotit na tabalutait na matkotit na okauchit tamatkotit na inyupeton nagalunin tangungit chotik tun matkotit na ate tainingit matkot mumiktit akugit ka inyugekto tamatkot talima tu naglan tamatko nga hiwo na kalaw kit ka mumiktit talat kugit ka tabawkot kami ukot kauklim hurakautit rangit na kautit rangit tabalo tamatkot yalo na ipnos min ukal lang naktok kuya na ko kakte tabawkot bill 37 min tayo lang nakto nga uminga pihuktang niya kuya nakpak Kota ka malakatalani tot tabar mani yellow night northmin tabar taok bill 37 mi ito ak unat taygulaki tabalo tait na hibun ni ako tikrak November 25 ngormaw tamat ko ilaki kangit tabalo tait na bill 37 tam na kay kamezung tamat ko nga ilakirot tabalo tamat ko na matkoting miktigon habali tamat ko nga okaw magkangitap ko tabalo tait na tamat ko ilokainik okakalak kangit tabrak ko yanakpag tabap tao ka Inuit alat mani wanikihen ngitak alat lumat ko at kiulahiligit nagalunin o kautigilahiligit inyong nun kiunun laka. Tabalo tap ko at bill 37 tabar hibulak tamin tayo na ito tuguliat tabar tamat ko tayo na hibulak kaktut tugula kaktut pingayot tamat ko atit na habang isakwit o kakila kubluit pingay tabalo tamat ko atit na hibuna kay bluit tabalo ko at na o kakila ko at na ang ngakanak patigit ko at Tabalutay na habang isakabing mi tamat ko din na ilyakin niya butay na niyaktilakangit. Tabalutay na habag kuming habag wingming niya habang ihakabi alawak tidlugo tay na muna kay hukibutamat ko. December January tay na tamat ko. Tabalutay tamat ko din na sumalo may kangidmat ko. Tabalutay na ay na tabarni tamat ko na ni na habang itpan. Tabalutay tamat ko nuktitakang itukot. Bill 37. Tabalutay na taman na ilyaki hukutap taminga. Malako taleni. Sari timilyo, santimilyo. Umanilyo habang hayabing mi. Tamat ko dililat ko ka. Kuyanak. Tabalutay. Tamat ko din na tamat ko yagiligit ka, tamat ko di kawagiligit ka, tamat ko ilyaki rabot. Tabalutay na naragto March 7, May 2027. Tabalutay tamat ko din na tight na mat ko din na iswaka barong. Kaya nakpak kakti. Tabalutay tamat ko din na tap ko din na pulaktit mga pulaktak to din na minihitaw ko na tap ko nga. Tabaloy Northwest Territories may matkot okro-okroanik, nagalunik, katolinik, habag tot tabar tamat ko at ilyakilaw kitka. Tamat ko nga. Kaya nakti tabar na tabaloy tamat ko Bill 46. Tabalutay tamat ko at akaligakan nit o kakadlaw kit kakayanak. Tabat kami o kakti March 11th mi. Una noon niyaki ka tabaw ko tugla ka here over North Min 2022. Monday 28 mo naglan. Huli. Tamat ko din na. Tabatay na ito akit paong tap tuma ukaktim. Tabalutay na. Tamat ko din na. Tayo na sinaglanin na ukaktim. Ukaktim hibon niya ako hibon niya ako ginagatam na. Kuya nakpak. Una ilahari rato na minihitangat. Tabaw na Bill 47 ilit kogi tapte mga kuya ko kakte. Isiani tabaw tam na okafan March 11 mi tabaw tam na ilit kogi pangmapak. Tabaw na o kakalang naligid malaw tugla Tabra tamna ukalale nelgi chokona hunigilaka. Tabra na tamna satumin. Tabra kwata na tamna taigol khillang ne aga tamna kanoktilanga taptuma akhaligarnim. Tabra lutak tamat kwati na khilamikit na igilawriraktut. Humun nuktitamatigit humung niaktilakrangit nagalunin taktilaktuksat tamaratamat kodi sumagiliyut. Tapkolu taba taktilaktaktot in tabalutay na tabalutamat kodi na tamna akhraligakti tamat kuninga utiktaktuanik taktiliaktaktuanik tamna ilitsake pearlugu inyuk tamna akhraligaktik rakting isuatun akhraligakublugu tait nakhoting 15 milligram tun tait na tangay sa ako ni tamat kuningalo sigaklungnik nagaluni anneak marahimatlungnik anneakabing mun tinyak patigit matkot inuit 100 millimeter tuntay na toy tukaktin nerikait. Tabalutay na tamat kotit na pingit patigit malingit patigit tamat kot malakotalet. Tay na tamat kotit na tay maktid laga tabalo 22 tin ukiulik tay na lo akaliak taulo ni tamat kuninga ukto akimalo ni 328 tamat na malakatalangat na uniok takrangisangat Sabatam na munakrirukrak tamat kuninga akraligautinik. Tabalutay na ilihamaniakat kanokoniak tilakrangat na tamat kuninga tuktukraungit choktanganik nagaluni matlungnik sigaklungnik tuktukraungit chok akraligakamit tamat kuninga khilamakiroktuanik taktilak tukranik kuyunaktak.
Okay, you guys are confusing me here. Motion is in order to the principle of the bill. Question?
All those in favor? All those opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Bill 46 has had second reading and is referred to committee. Consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Bill 23. Minister Statement 2, table document 561, 567,
578, 579-19 brackets 2. By the authority given to me as Speaker by motion 1-19 brackets 2, I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House. With member for Inuvialuktun.
Order.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Committee wishes to consider table document.
Got nereling nearai to got 22, 21, 22, 23. Health and Social Services Pinyara.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 561-19-2, main estimates 2022-2023. Does the Minister of Health and Social Services have any opening remarks?
I just have to find them.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to present the 2022-23 main estimates for the Department of Health and Social Services. Overall, the department's estimates propose a decrease of $2 million, or 0.3% over the 21-22 main estimates. These estimates support the mandate objectives for the Department of Health and Social Services while continuing to meet GNWT's fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of these proposed estimates include $1.55 million for initiatives, including resources to expand healthy family programming, as well as an allocation to continue the implementation of the Territorial Cancer Care Program. $2.08 million to address forced growth, and $26.3 million for other adjustments, the most significant being collective agreement increases and funding agreements with our federal partners, offset by a $485,000 reduction to our travel budget. The department anticipates $32.14 million decrease in the budget because of the wind-up of the COVID Secretariat. The rest of the decrease is the result of sunsetting agreements with funding partners and the 21-22 one-time budget allocations. We continue to focus on our mandate and the priorities of the 19th Assembly by increasing supports for mental health and wellness needs and priorities of Indigenous people in the NWT.
Habaguruguta Kanoka Ikayona Humilaka Inarani. We got Bifarner, right? We got Habakdot, early childhood Munarayurot. Munarahurot, got Kanoka. Ikayona Luita got Nutakat. Got Indigenous government who get got done short government. Kanaka got Ikayokted Nakura kun Habagurt. Koyanak. Got Ikayakted Kanyakted.
So will committees agree to forego general comments? Does the committee agree to proceed to the details contained in the table documents? Thank you. Committee will defer to departmental summary and minutes by activity summary. The committee is agreed to do the activity first.
Oh, Ali. Got habang niyakto got ikayok tinika isak na got kanok habak to operations nikta who got Kayanak. Ikayok tita isak tinyarat. We got to Health and Social Services, Minita ko na. Russell Newdorf. Mr. Bruce Cooper na ikayo lang niya kay ugat. Cook.
Now start on page COVID Secretariat. There's information items on page
178, 179. Got tautik to like aglite.
questions for the COVID Secretariat.
Napakrinyak pe. From Lakeman. Got kanok about the galwak. About the low. Habak. Kanok got pinyak padukot aglay kana til ng yakdok una makta ka kanaka secretary din ta manitok kaya nak 4 month ning habakado ko una ko tao ka kanaka health and social service mikad habakdot muna kita bihugay kanako kwata tut kikane agay jo kwata kanaka habakdot kaya nak
After the 4 months,
4 months din hipalik
just trying to figure out how that's going to work because as I understand it, it's the public health emergency, public health orders, so presumably compliance and enforcement operations are going to wind down very quickly. But I can see where there might still be for
ugot habang niyaktot tayo makinyak tayo niya paluktot
but the largest item on page 178
178
compliance and enforcement. So
una compliance and enforcement ko kano ka habang niyak pati sa ugot kano ka nun niyak pati health and social services di niyak tok ugot kano ka habak tot tabani kano ka habak tot
there is still scope for compliance and enforcement.
Miktay hugay tukot habak tot Tabrini Health and Social Service mi. Mr. Newtoff, tilang naktok.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we
Kaya nak,
as working on winding down of the COVID-19.
bagut habak tot, habak,
So
habak tot,
the orders would be
kano ka habak kapta na iklirok.
all of the operations requirements of the COVID Secretary would
Ukot
wrap up. So we are
COVID Secretary miktay hugay tukot puplalong nika habak tot.
will occur early into the month of April just so that we can properly wrap things up.
April mi tayo makanak tukot. Kaya nak,
okay, thanks. And
kaya nak.
you know, I've always supported the COVID Secretariat, and I've always understood that it was really
Ukot puplalong mikhabak tot habak kaming wangapta ka habagurunga. Tau chikun habagurungut.
or if they were on contract,
Kano ka habang mata
sort of stepwise transition.
kano ka nun nukter diaktot kano ka pinyar ikajokoniura kanerit ka.
Secretariat were
Kaya nak
hired on a short-term basis, knowing that this was an interim measure.
ukot ka kano ka habak tot
Wind up is going and people
kano ka publalak ukot habak tot publalang mik kano ka miklir
Chair,
kuya nak
coming into the month of March, we had about 130
March ni
on staff.
132 habak tot publalang mik
Contracts were
kano ka ikayo na Inuit
there was about a dozen or so employees
12 dozen 12 hipalik tayo maganiktut ugat daw ka March 31st mi got ugat tayo makaniktut habak tot taberni kabaman mi Publaluk mi ka habak takablugo habak tu ilokata tauchikun kanok ugot habak tu COVID secretariat mit ka taima nektut April milyoni ugot kanok tautung naktuat ugot public niktay hugay ugot agalay kanok aglanik pibihi tautung naktuamik kuyanak kuyanak ugot Inuit tamani public niktay hugay ugot Inuit humilka tautung naktuat tautuguzat uminga kanok puvaklaluk hakuktuak kanok pinyakpig kanok pinya taukektuat tamat ko hunyak pihigi ugot taukektat una tayo makanaktok
I think for this level of detail, I would appreciate it if you call Mr.
Nudar. Mr. Nudar will answer.
22-23, the budget was, there's some demobilization costs and scaling down of operations is the main expenditure there. Most of that expenditure would be for the 2 border camps that we have established for the past year and a half or so. One at the Alberta border, Highway 1, the other one at the Highway 8 Yukon border on the Dempster Highway. Forward, it's, we do expect some realignment of the various line items here to match up with the proposed GNWT response to
pumakloni na tamat hapakaktikati na lo kanok tamat ko habaklabutin na inuakirut tamat ko lo tayo na apakrutak tam na kiulalik tam na frame lake min kayanak tabro ko aglat tawag to kapke tab tayo nito naglan kinya wala ni kato konekto hi ilitsakab lunga tabro na munakrirwa konekto ala karinik minyahitangat tam na tabra makperani tuak nito naglan kinya wala ni kato atutik sarang una naat kakilin man tap ko tabra naat kili chutai na tunagalan pik kangatigut. Tabra galan tay na ato crafting ni tao tam na penik pan ato crafting ni tao kili chukanyaktigut. Kuyanak. Kuyanak ko kakti una ikayok tingat ko at nagalonin hawak tingat 2021 mi tabalo tamat ko din na isak tamaro akarirot Inuvialuktun na matkwalo na aulakaktot tamat ko ataw chimuklu itay na tunagalan 21-22 tamat ko kiyungan ni tabalo tayo na kanok ilitsakanyak tagut kano tunagalan atok tilapting ni kinyawaranik tabalo tayo na 21-22 23 tabalo tamat ko na tunagalan atok tabot kinyawarat tamat ko na ni isak tamaro akarim mata inikrangin ni paket siniyakap tayo nalo inikrangin ni tamat ko na kiliyakap tayo iningit.
Questions? Member for Yellowknife.
Yellowknife North me? Kaya na ako kakti. Tabaw na kanok tamat ko ati na April hibul liyan ni tatkakewtim hibul na kaning. Tayo na kanok ang alaruting ati na langgo magan Inuvialuktun nga. Kaya nak. Tabaw na kang kikput. Tabaw tayo na kihuli ka at ulahiga tam na. Tamat ko aloy litsurap ka niya aktigut kihunuli ka. Tamat tumuna pubakla ko nikun. Tabaw tayo na kakwaktak to at na kikilirut. Na Inuvialuktun ang akot pang mapak. Tabaw tamat ko at na ilitsurap tingnik. Tabaw tam na hibun na kay putam na. Tabaw tayo na ublami sa gudi kapta pabiklamo na galan habang walwakti ko diyan ni tamat ko na kanya kakagat taman na habang put. Ahin tamat ko at habang wingil hapting ni tayo na kira kakibut huli. Habalo tam na 811 mik kokwa naktok tam na tamat muna pubaklo ko nikun. Habalo tayo na kanok Alberta mi takpabani Inuvialuktun ni na kanok lang aba tamat ko na alamik ilyakin niyak pihitay kokwa kramik. Kokwa kabikramik. Nalulong agalan. Nalapkihukto nga tapti muna. Tabaw tamat ko na tabaw na Deputy Minister muna kiulang niya ka. Kiulang ka nga unapiya. Tabaw ko tabaw laukta. 811 tam na pera niya kikput kapin niya tatkakawti niya at ukto ka na akto ka na alamik kakwabi-kramik. Tabalo tamat ko at na munakarirat na kiulara kang nik. Tabalo tamat ko at na munakarirat yan ni Inuit alamig kokwa na kaming alang wakto tam na. Kinakpat. Come like me. Kuyanak. Tabra malo malawagkyak, tabraw ko kapakutaga. Tabraw na. Tabraw tayo na, tam na, koko akabik, na titrikto ako bam nun. Tabraw tam na o kakapalo, isumatigiga o kakapalo, tayo na karunya ka piyakungit kalawaklugo. Tabraw tam na taptama ikayiram tamat kuno na pubaklok ni kun kiula ba nga tabraw na o kakti tabraw na tabraw tao ke matkot na inyuga hibihuramik atuk kakputam na nalu hibihuramik tam na tutrekarnearik put tabraw tayo na ikiklikirok tayo na tunaglanan butkot anak tawala kiritin na muna kanya ka tam na kanokin niya tila sisamat habak totin na tamat makamun nun niya tut matkolo nagarutila karoaning nun niya tut tamatkot tamat na puwaklo ko ni kun habak tayo na nuktaktot o kailakit ka kuyanak tabraw na kaya tam na ENR nirotila kasit na galunimat ko nga muna karirat makamik tabraw tamat ko na muna kadakapatigid muna kanyak patigid tabraw tamat ko tabraw tayo na tamat ko na makamlo nirotila karalo tabraw tamat ko na ataw chiko ako ting tamat ko na tabraw tamat ko na puwaklo ko ni kun tamat ko kayo ko niya akatikot kano akatik sa tingnik nagarutila karit na minihitang tam na muna kanya ka tabraw tayo na tao habak parak to na tabraw na kanyak to na tunagalan an muktak tam na akilyo her kun an muktak tam na muna kariroa anak to ala karinyang minihitak tabraw tayo na taman na anmuk kalawakik put kinyaranik akiliutik sangat. Tabraw tamat ko tayo sa magibligay tayo na isak tamaro tunitut. Kuyanak. Rakapinik tayo matamat tuma alangok takpaong nutakpaong kanok isuatunit na angalatsing aktugot tamat tuma puwaklo ko na taman na tikilakataktilugo. Kanok lumalaw talak man na alango na aktilak ng ilitso kifalaw tunga. Kuyanak. Tabraw tamat ko at malaw talatin na mistinulmin bilang naka. Tam na o kakalang naka. Tabraw kanok muna kayo humagay tamat ko at nayak to lakirotikon. malakok tayo na tunagilan. Tamat ko na isak tamalatun itot. Tayo nalo tamat ko nga iniksilangin yik baklakak tagut. Nalo awla kakamata. Tamat ko tabra mo nakadakibut tayo na anak to alakironi. Tabralo tayo na ukto kakakluit tamat tuminga anak to alakironi tubagut na ukto kakaptigit tayo na pakitsikap tayo na bubakloko na kakto amik tayo na kaluta tayo na kota tamat ko din na isak tamaro akrilakibut tayo na iniklangan nagpakitsibilita tayo na tamat ko upang mapagmas ngoktok. Tabralo tayo na iglaw rakaktot humun, awla kaktot na. Tabralo tamatabo nga ikakakaluman na nakakpagput awla kakaktot. Tabralo tayo na tamat ko dilitso kanya lagi but awla kakpatan nagalunin awla kalaktin na kitmat ko nga ukto aktig na akibut. Tabralo tamat tayo na muna kanya akiputam na anekon. Tabralo tam na inekta kuli isak tamara akri matigut. Inyit isak tamara akri rakigaitin na tamat ko muna kanya aklugitin na hiya kong idlu taman na pubaklok na. Kuyanak. Ukot una ukaktot huli pufla lugmik Minister Health and Social Services una kalang nekto. Ukot kanok kinyarnik pikakpita kanok hakuta kanevi kabihi ukot luni ukot anekto ukot kanok pinyarip kanok. Ukot federal kanok PVH ukot federal supports inyong nun kanok kinyarnik huli una publalok pubaklalok hagputakigat huli Kavamat. Kavamat federal government tayo at Canada kavamangit kanokay kayok totuli ukunanika publalugnika hakutakadlugo. Pubaklalang mit.
Madam Chair, so throughout the pandemic, of course,
kanok kinyarnik bihu rugut government federal government kanok havalit kanok atoklut manna kinyarit pubaklalong mik at ako nakto at kanok about the kamiro.
doing our best to try to convey that there will be costs and that we would sure appreciate having some extra fiscal support for them. Thank you.
Member for Hay River South.
River South minukalang nakto.
Madam Chair.
Kuya nak.
I just want to talk about, I guess, the enforcement of orders.
Pagkat kanok habang mata kanok enforcement of orders tayo hugay tanik dun kanok pivot kinyarning hakut habang mata kanok pihubat.
Yeah, thank you for that detail. I appreciate the comment, Mr.
Mr. Newdor, kilang naktok. Pagkat pirot 73 tun agalang nik tickets nik tayo hugay tukot kanok ikayaw naklugi tukot yahak ilin naktot tukot kanok 1400 tun warnings nik tayo hugay tukot kanok pinyak tut Pukot daw ka akilya naktut $1,700 din kanok akilya naktut tukot $1,700 din kanok leka hakut ligit ka tukot Puvakla kanok hakuk tukot need kinyar nika pick up revenue nika tayo hugay tukot kinyar nik pipakap ta kaya nak kaya lang puplalak una mikiklear kanok habak pata kanok habak pat ukata kabangat inini kanok ukata Pinyaligit pati tukot tayo na kanok kinyangit kiga una apekruit Ulap daw kanok pibarong ukot kanok puvlalo ko na pubaklok miklin man kanok kichok pat ukot puvlalo puvlalok habang about tayo coming kanok ukot kanok ninami kanok habak pati ito Mr. Newdorf kilang naktok kauti tita ukot contractor nik tayo hura tanik kanok about tayo kalok that kanok timbata tamna puvlaluk puvakluk manin ma kanok habak patiyut kanok mani halum makaniaka tugot tamna nuna tamna kanok akapirat puvaklanik tamani kanok akpudik pagmi kanok akapirat kanok halummi kanaka tugot kanok habak kaming tamani akudik pagmi. Kanok tugot habak dot munari kaming uminga kanok puvaklualungmik habak kaming. Yung nakatukpay magkakanaktut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to call Mr. Newdorf for this question. Thank you.
Newdorf.
We are not expecting any extraordinary costs for
akihumfakaneng chit kanok daimaknek tukuna puwaklaluk kanok kinyarnik kanok habaktot tamani kinyarnik atungitchut una puplaluk daimaknek tuk habang matawkat kanok akilifarnengit kay
under employment contracts that actually have a March 31 end date in the employment contract. So when that employment contract ends,
Kurt habang kaming habang nengit manager WT government habang nengit tamani ukat habak tamani puflalong mika habang nengit tayo mabinmini. Kanok kinyarnik pinyak patukot aglifarnek pati kwat habaktot puwaklalumik. Health and Social Services kulang naktok. Mr. Newdorf.
thank you, Madam Chair. There is nothing extraordinary, no extraordinary bonus.
Na may pichok ukat aglifarnek kay tukot habaktot puwaklalumik. Bonuses tayo kay tukot. Nami huichat ukat kuyanak. Una kanok tapko kilipa ako tikrangit sa manit pat tayo na hinig ka akilipa ako takakpihi tabi nito kiw lang naka kaya nak o kakte tabi na Tabra pang mapagtay na kilipako tinigin na pakangitsu pang mapak. Tabalo tamat ko na malakatalangit malikto kakaluit. Kanolo tamat ko na kanoko na aktilakang na GNWT lo, waglo tayo na habaktit tayo na ataw chikunin na taman na tutkakakanayarik put. Tamat ko na 2022-23 may tayo na ito ng $11 million talaton kinaranig kato ko na aktud. Tamat ko alanik himaw hero pigi tap ko. Ukot anitit kaloy na alanik uli isak tichili yutin.
Minister, will you please introduce your witness for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been joined by Mr. Derek Elkin. He's the Assistant Deputy Minister of Corporate Services for Health and Social Services.
Thank you. And we still have Deputy Minister Cooper with us. All right. All right, so now we are now on page 174, Health
Huna page 174 about Taranyagat.
No questions?
Cam Lake min apekri lang ni aktok. Kano kung na bifakanak una Minister of Health and Social Services ko lang ni aktok. Una bifakanak to got kanaka apekri ganik to got una Cam Lake min. Got pihukalok to kanok ikayuniak to good kanok ikayuniak pita got nakokilu. Got havak the Department of Health nik kanok havak pat got kanok ikayuniak pit pihi got habang niak that Health and Social Service mi kayanak.
We do have a Health Human Resources Workforce Plan coming forward next month.
Got ikayurat kanyak to
concessions as well as providing bursaries for people.
Ukot kano ka ikayunyaktut bursaries nika manifanika ilyaktot ukot ilyaktot.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kuyanak.
So we do have and we will be
Pekaktut ukot
funding programs for
ukot kinyarnika pekaktut kanok ikayunyaklut inyaklut ukot habakto nika ta government $2.2 million din pekaktut kanok ikayunyakluta ukot habaktonik ukot HR strategy nimik tahuga to na kanok ikayokli nyakluting kanok ko na habang nakpata kanok habang nakpati tukot ikayonak tot ikayonak tot kayanak.
Thank you very much. One of the primary goals of the
Ukot kanok ikayunyak tot kanok heaven moon habang naktot kanok ikayunyak tot ukunani habak tot health and social service mi kanok ikayunyak fak naktot HR policy mi tahugat ataw him out ataw hinyak ataw him Haver South mi kil kalang naktok ukot ka adult support services ukot kanok ikayok pihing ukot umani $75,000 din ikayok ay ukot I'm a witchat ayan ukot health and social services kilang naktok
Bernice Alliance.
Hello. Hi. Oh, thank you. I'm still at work. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Administrative and support services, any other questions?
administrative and support services who got $54,284,000 una kinyarnik ukakanektut
Page 180, health and social services, health and social programs, activity. Sorry, and information items on 82 and 83. I'll go back to
Haver South minukal ukalap
Apakrinyaktok.
Haver South minunapikrinyaktok apikrilangnaktok kanolo tamat ko tayo na tunagalan kinyaranik pinyakto agut ilitsakagut tabalo tamat ko ilangit habatin na kutsigurut kinyarangit tamat ko na ingning ka muna ka nakapatigit kanok Ato ni aktila krangit. Tabra wani 75,000 ton mani ato kram tingnik tay na tunaglan tay nalo tamat ko na tangungit chot o kakatigira kangit kanok tam na ato ni aktila kranga ilitsura kutin. Tabalo tay na ataw himi ukyumi tay na ato ni aktila kranga tam na kayanak. Tabalo tay na tamatan ngungit chotin na ilitsura gabut 2.6 million ton tay na tunaglan ato ni aktut mani kinyaranik ato tikranginik piligit kait. Tamna tabra kihitsinyak. Tabra tamat kodin na isumaktot ilagibliwit ataw hitsiyak kihenik piligit kat. Tabra tay na tamat kot taniktun atu kyaktak. Nalo akilira rotikrakin na matkununga hurak pata piyakolak tak pata tamat kop tao kilagigait. Tay nalo tamat kotin na igluilat tukuilat tamat kop tao kilagibliwit. Tabalo tay na inarani na ikayutik rakaga tap kununga. Here south me. Una okakifal lang niya tam na muna ko tikrak muna kanya ka tamat kuninga. Tamani kano tinagalanin na mani niyak pa mani ikayuti niyak pa yung mani yellow knife me. Allah nunahin tabra kanok ato niyak pa yung. Tabra tamat kotin na nitakakaitin na tayo na tunagalan. Tayo na tunagalan $660,000 tun inyubing mon. Fort Smith talk 930,000 yellow knife me. Tabra tayo na ilihimagabot kano tunagalanin na ataw na ikakanin ataramik ang makimarok tam na kokokabingat ikayok takawagtuat. Tabalo tam na pang mapagkihiyanik ato na katam na. Tabalo tamat ko din na igluilat tukuilat nutakakayitin na nalo hapikraktot inyo na akademik. Tabal tamat ko din na muna kanya iligit kahit. Tamat ko din lagib-ligit kahit na tunagalan. Kinyaramik ato ko na aktut. $3.3 million yung tayo na tunagalan kinyaramik ato ko na aktut. Tabalo tamat ko din na nitakakaitin na hapasraktot nagalunin tayo na pilyaw taktangin short tamat ko ilagiblugi tayo na tunagalan tabar tayo na kuting tayo na tunagalan kinyaranik atoktut. Tabar tayo ko na tugulakan niya kaga pakilutakal lang niya kaga. Tabar na ikitchwak tayo na tunagalan kano tunagalanin na ikinakrak tabar ni atutikrak hok tabar ni pa tabar inyugek tabar tap tema kihenik ikayok tema kiulang niya katin kaya nak tabar lo inyugek tot ang tingit. Tabalo tayo na 2.5 tayo na nagalan tamat ko tabra mo nakaligid kibot sigakon tabra 25 MB tamat ko ilokainik tamat ko tabra tayo kangit tabra tamat ko ikayo tigin niya karut ikayo lugit tamat ko aptak tayo nakota na tau chikun tamat ko ikayo na kabut tayo nakota tam na kinarak mikirak tabra nilaktok tabra tamat ko na kano hinira kamat ko kutsik to ni kaba maurotin na tamat ko nga ilakalaligitsut kuya na ko kakte tabraw mga utid lang na ito nga tabraw na isumagikap ko nagalunin itkagikap ko kano tinagalan mat ko ato na patigit tabraw tamat ko at katimarito ko at kano tinagalan na ato ko na aktilak ng itilito kanya laukit ka kuya na tabraw na ilito ka pa kupta kano ka tamat ko na tamat ko nung tukuyan nun nagalunin inay shot tabat tayo na kota Inuvialuktun kinyara ni katulurut tabalo tamat ko na itkagid lagait kanok tamat ko ang alarutingit tayo na tunagalan na tokorot na hunun laka toklo na tukkuilanon tukkukraming ni kibakla kaming tayo na kuting inyuya kiraktok tam na kinyara katokoningat yal naip natin kaya nak tabaw na apakirta ka lang niya kaya na kano ko tingo ko $350 million tun chinyaranik atulah ligit tayo na tabra na isumatigiruni na kanyak to ni nagaluni kamilakak to ni natamat ko katutilugit na kano ko ting katik parabati tap ko atutik siya ting hunun laka kaya nak anak tala kadit minitangat tabraw ko tayo na pangmapagka umani ukiumi na ato akrap tingnik na hanak may chigut ataw himi ukiumi tayo nito nagalan $100 million ito na toktogot yal naip naut me tawa tamat ko na kaku tamat ko na ilitrap ka na patigut hunun tamat ko nga kinyara ni katok tilaming matumalo pubaklo ko na pigiligo kanok tawa ko anak tola kadit pang mapakit na tinagalan atok kemarut tabalog tak tayo na kanok tamat ko na hanak patitay patigit ataw himig kihenik atutingit katam na $160 million tayo na atuwakaktut Tabraw na tam na tight na tinagalan na akororot matkot akororot pakit pata nakuna yakto kilit ikayok tigin na yakibut. Tabraw kwat tamatkoloy na alagay yaktuk. Tabraw tawkin na ilangit matkot habak titakagay ting miktigun habakaktuat. Tabraw tayo na kanokit patam na ilan ni it na mikirura mikinyawanik atokaktut. Ilan niptaw kotsiki it na kotsiki view tam na kinyawanik atokonak ataw chikun tirakagay. Hok tayo na tuntay na magano ba na edit chokil daw ka. Kanakalo tayo na iniwakin niya ko tingin nyo tayo na ko tayo tayo na tunagalan kinyawanik ka ingakrawaktuut. Deputy Minister Cooper. Tabraw pang mapagka pimangit kaya tam na edit chokil. Tabraw tayo pang mapag na taman na tamay ko nga na habak tichi hukuta piwut pang mapag kuyanak. Till night north me. Leave the door open.
In your highlights too, which I think it is a highlight that we make some progress on that. I believe that office also has been tasked with some policy work and possibly getting the Public Guardian and Trusteeship Act updated. The big issue here, is my understanding, is that certain people with disabilities are not quite meeting the criteria for public guardianship, but they probably should, and in some cases, you know, their caretakers or they themselves would like to. I'm just wondering if we have an update on whether we will see changes to the Public Guardianship and Trustee Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam.
Kilang niyakto ko na Minister of Health and Social Services. Hukot kanok. Una kinyart kanyang chuta 20th century 20th Legislative Assembly me. Ukata Salvation Army kinyarnik kanok una Bailey House Health and Social Services kayo over tigit. Naga kinyarinik pilay actually kipuk Deputy Minister Cooper. Ukat kinyarinik kay chuhugit with ukat Bailey House na ukat ikayo kahit housing. Kaya na. Yung night north me. Kaya na. Kano ka ko Bailey House me kayo over tigit 2015 me ikayo kahit kwat init ito kanyak tot ing yun
services, losing staff to GNW.
Kanukukot ikayo
I'm just wondering if the minister
right to got
doing those programs and meeting with
mini tam tautula Louis to got kanok magperag tautula Louis kanok about the Louis kuyanak.
Yeah, I have received correspondence from Salvation Army.
Salvation Army kut aglagu gati kut kanok pimmating habang mating kanok aglang kaichihu ang kat kanok hibun mun habang nik Yellowknife North. Kaya nak.
I think that ties into a larger conversation that we've been having in this house about reviewing how we fund all our nonprofits and making sure, some of them.
Kanok ikayo bit. Kanok ikayo bit kat kanok na NGO nik tayo kay kat kinyar nik
One of the concerns
pilay chart.
We are still not quite operating at a midwife model
Kanok kat
to actually provide
habakpat. Kanok kat ay mabing mini nidakat
on-call time to respond to those needs. I'm wondering if, I know there's
home birth nik tayo kay kat kanok pihubat.
the on-call funding that would allow all this that we will be seeing in the future.
Minister of Health and Social Services sa kalang nakto.
Madam Chair, and I appreciate the question. I feel like we're a long way from paying midwives to be on call.
Ukat ka init ikayo hura ta kat akananik
Midwives are
akanat
at this point.
They are also, as you probably know, the positions we're advertising now are to support communities in their home births. So
unap ta ka hakuta galari ka kwata kanok pinyak pata kwata punilan mata kwata akanat mingit ikayo niyak to kwata nudakaling niyak nudakaning nudakating niyak Tabak isi nutrani tapkot na kinaranik kayo atokorot tabalo okawhek po na pinyaka na piaktok tabalo kot na okaktuni inarap tingni lokatatay na okawchek po na pinyaka na piaktok tabalo tayo naptak na ilihawirang itchot okaw chimingnik tabalo tamat ko naptak tamat ko na pinyaka na kiliwo okaw hekpot tayo na okaw lagayaktut inuitit na okalait kalawa kuming tabalo tamat ko na Yellowknife min nagalunin takpabangain yung ibakalakaktut okalaronik o kauchipting ni ikayok leko kuta CYCC tap kwaptaw ilahawriraktot. Tamat kwaptaw natakting ko konektot. Tabar tay na piak na ilahawrinya kamik ilahawrita. Tabar taw nitakakaitin na. Ataw chikun ililarut. Tabrablo tayo na inauraming yun ililarot o kakanimik. Tabrablo tayo na tawakit na humikawa ka kuming tayo na tamatkuat o kauhiming nik ilit kakoting o ilinya ko lekayaktut. Tabrablo tamatkuat ikpakrak Yal Knife North o kakatigidlakat ka. Tabalo tayo na o tuhanik na o chimingnik. Tabalo tayo na tamatkuat na ikayo kala tuat ilihaw rin niya kamik o chimingnik. Tayo na tayo na tamat ko tayo na ilihaw rin niya aktot o chiming nik tayo na hinik tabra ilihaw rin niya o tigupta nalo tayo na habati ko na piyumihula kaya aktot tamat ko nga o chinik ilihaw rakanimik kuya nak Tabrakot, tamat-kot, isumay raktot, nagaluni matkwating mingyunin na hapakraktaktot inyuni ako hinik. Tabalo tamat-kot na tayo malayar niya aktot, tamat ko nga hunik na kanok ingming yun na kamagingil kamahulay luting ingming yun pilya na migon inyok kamahulay yun tamat ko din na mikirura na inyo na akto at pigibay kibot 2021 22 Tabatap ko taman na ilihaw rin niya pinayayak put. Tabat ko makpakanig tawag kami na tamat ko nga tawag kita. $359,000 yung tamat ko din na naniit pa. Tam na tawag na chok mo 182.83 me. Tabar ilah marugut tabar na tabar kayo tut tabar tamat kotin na katimawingi Native women tabar tamat kotin na kanat katimaringit tayo na ilokating tayo na katimara kakawingi tayo na kayo ikayo inayakto tamat ko nga ilihaw rirakto anun. Tabalo tayo na ilihaw nikun na inawra ni ito at ikayo kaya kahit tamat ko din na ikayo kimagalawa kahit tamat ko aptaw. Tabalo na apakiuta kanya kaya una. Tap ko tabay na itutap kanok ikayo rakakto tamat kuninga. Tabay NWT mi tabay tamat kuninga ikayo rakto ataw hek kehenik tam na ataw hira tunitok tam na. Tabay lutay na nitakkatin na inyo nalaw tingit shot. Nagalo ni tamat ko atun ni ang ang ayokaguroti na mingalya kuting tamat kolo tayo na alak tilugit tayo na ikayo niya kakramingin hanayakak tugut tabralo tayo na tamat ingmingin pinyaktot na ikayo tiksangin tabi ilokainik tamat ko din na atawlugit. Ikayo ko nakakibot. Tabi inawa nito at pibait kibot. Tayo na tabi ikayo niya ako tatamat ko at kinawa at ikayo tigirakibot tamat ko nunga. Tabi na tabi mikilurak kihene kanya ka. Uma. Kuyanak. Ma'am Primi. Kuat nutak kata nangaluni nutak kaligita kuat inurot mani kanoka Havak patigita tamna.
So is there any other regions that can access that funds?
Kanoka inuita inarani pilyavata kanoka kuata kanoka kinyarnika kuata inuita Havak totinarani kanoka pilyavata tigata tamna kinyarata.
This is not an application-based fund. This is funding existing.
Kuata kinyarnika pekhaktut aglan kuata aglangnika ingekhrulaitut ingekhr na chok. Ukota about time kaitinita
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information.
ukota ko ukota kiukam nga kuyanak bar Cam Lake mina kalang nektok $2.5 million ugly factor to na kinyarnik.
There's a whole list of specialists that Northerners have access to under that line item, and I'm just wondering what % of specialty services are delivered by.
Kanok specialty services nik tayo gay dukot kanok laka ay kayo hurot ukot few farne pin
Thank you very much, Minister.
ano
I appreciate that commitment. Is it possible to table that information in the House?
una nareming nyo na pilyavat.
Chair, I appreciate that. My concern with the reason that I was asking is
Somebody's not.
Are hard to find positions and hard to fill positions. And we have a really long wait list in the Northwest Territories. And so I'm wondering if any of this 28 million is also used to not only pay for the specialty services to come here, but also for Northerners to access those services elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
What my notes say in this area, Madam Chair, is that specialty services are provided in the NWT as a result of a referral, and specialty services include areas such as internal medicine, general surgery, pediatrics, obstetrics, gynecology,
Orthopedics, urology,
Kota
oncology, and
kanokukot ikayurot apay makpayat ingray gupsi tautulaki taktago kang kanok pipkaw tayo na kanok init ikayulabat kanok kukot habagubat insured insured ka pipiakanak insure. Okay. Deputy Minister Cooper.
So, yes, specialty services would be...
We've got habak specialty service tingtay hugay to got kanok habak
then that would be something that would be covered off in the next...
habak kamaman kamawa.
This money goes to and the money and for out of territory where we're dealing with the systems that have fee for service and we're guided also by interprovincial billing. That's why out of territory services and specialty services that residents access.
Takpabani Inuvialuktun taglantay naptaw atirok tabrunga isakotingat tabraw na tabra nagupaya ako paruta karunga tabraw na huli FAS pinpiyakaya taniktun tamat kot isa na ikotun inyo na nga kot matkot natakat tamat kolo tayo na inyo na inya ko takoting tamat ko nga ato haktut. Tabalutay na. Tayo na tunaglanin na tamat ko atin na inyok taktilayakpan tamat ko nga na inyo hinga huinyaw yung aktilu huinyaw rock huinyaw kaktilu taktilayakpan tamat ko din na kayo lamatigit. Tabalo tamat ko din sumalugit ka ukot. Kanakulo tayo na tabalo ikayo kakanagit tamat ko taktilayakto din na ilitsukilugit. Ilitsukik patigit tayo na huinyali ruwa ko na isumanga nagaluni timinga tabalo tamat ko din na ikayo kakanagit tayo na taktilayak pata tamat ko din na tutkikalay kahit kuyanak. Tabaw na kakatigiga. Tabaw Inuvialuktun din na munakrirat iningit. Tabaw tayo na kinyanga alangang itpan unni ilitsore la rakigay tamat ko dilihimagay kano kanyune ako hingit. Tabaw tayo na tamat ko nga na inyo hingit nalunaktok. Inyo hingat nalunaktil lugo tabaw tayo na munakrirat nun tautuyakpan. Huwin na ikayo kayakat. Tabaw tayo na tamat ko din na matkot mani Northwest Territories ni tayo na inyo nutakatin na huinyalirot inyo na ako hingit. Nagalunin isumangit na huinyaliraktot nalutimingit huinyalira kating tamat ko dilitsakanyak. Ilihimagayt kihutagalan tayo na magayta. Tabelo taman na atutiginayak-tok. Tay na ikayo inyak-to tamat ko nga na tao tugakigay kano hini kafe ni tatkakewti ni nagalo ni ilo Inuvialuktun na tao tugaktakakay takpabanga. FASD mikpilakigay tamat kot. Inuvialuktun itsuat no takkat nagalo ni inyay liyo pilakigay. Inuvialuktun itsuat. Inuhingit alangarot. Unap taba kingawatigun tam na ukautiginiakik puthuli. Taba na apakautakay ka. Nitakhatit na nitakaurat. Taba latay na tamat kuninga na huangaroanik ilitsaka niya ako tinik ilitsaka labatigit. Naga ato kakabati rung taman na. Kaya na.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kaya na ko kakti.
This is, looks like another increase for another phase of the child.
Tabalutay na tamat ko atin na. Tamat ko atin na nitakakait. Nagalunin matkot nitakarat. Tamat ko at umakil lang niya kahit ilat akapirim lihimarim. Tabalutay na tabakinyaran $245,000 tuntay na tayo na tunagalan kinyaran ni katuak rakaktut. $100,000 tok tam na ang tam na huli atok rangat tap kununa. Kaya nak tabalo tamat ko na munakriro tamat ko nga na kanok kinyawat mat ko atokrat tamat ko na ilagabatigit tamat ko na ilihim mat ko at kinyawan nagpilahim niya tintangit. Kaya nak tap tuminga kigutik sa ito nga pangmapak utakan niya tunga tap tumuna. Kaya na ako kakti. Tabalo.
I reviewed this section. Our tentativity writing and forward resolution. We have a brand new facility that was built years back. It was a multi-million-dollar facility. It's a beautiful facility. Right now it's for seniors, and on the inside of the building we could have up to about 4 people. We have a kitchen, we have a TV room, and that kind of thing. And we also have cabins for seniors that want to be independent outside that facility. But going back to the facility, I guess somewhere along the lines, the Health and Social Department made a decision to shut down that facility, and it's still operational, but they no longer house elders inside the facility. They're used it for programming.
Kot inyay iglokak tuta pusnik tayo gay tuwa nunam tingni.
So my question to the minister, is this something that can we go back and take a look at? Because what's happening is that in our communities,
Tingni kanok kot inyay Kanoka Aulakut Mako Nita Anela coming Kanoka Ikayona Keri to court in Yait. Ukoptaka Ilani Taimaru Tabani Harika Araki Tamunaktot and sitting. Kanoka Ikayona Keritin Yait Taimaru I'm a Vingni Hospital Mingisak and nerving me Misak. Kanoka Tautilanguna Apecruit Apecruit Kuyana. Ukota, yeah, Tabra, Kanokukota, in night I'm having at long-term care mikta hugatuna, Kanoka, Ukota, Kanoka, I'm having in night who got long-term. Long-term homes that who got Kanoka kayo nakpat got inyait I'm having Kanoka ikayo light charting mingyon Kanoka igilinik niyak patigita long-term home nik hukot Kanoka kinyar nik ibakliting got tau chicken cook got igilinik peagait Kanoka baktot Ilyani Kiunerikpin Kuyanak. Ukot minita ko na pula kuming tunide walitemi. Ukon unapta ka iglunik kalokta inya kanun aglan atungit katain na mani maungaw tanek kauna kanok habang nakto ako na inyay ta inyay to ko ikayong ikay tuli kanok binyapiaklu ukot iglunik niyapiaklu ito kot inyay ta awlak nakto ukot ay mabing minik ni tan habang takay niya ringa ukot una kanya kalau ukot larga homes nik ukot Davani Howard Edmonton me larga home nik Ukot ka kanoka ikayunya kiritukot kanoka inyong mika havalaromik tamang pekaroming yani ukot ikayona kaitukot anektot. Tabra ukot habag bingat ay mabingat awla kaming taon nga taon nga anak kaming ay mabing ngat ka una larka home iglu na larka home admin to me. Yani ukot awla kaming anak kaming tamong kaming ukot yani inyong mikam ilani inyum ane kaming ukot inyut maligugay ukot. Ukot ukot kanoka ukot ukari kami drung una Health and Social Services ukari hugay ukot family violence prevention ukot kanoka ikayone akhlugit ukot hakuya ukot ukot angutita ka ikayonak tuta kanoka ikayonak tutukot angutita ka ilani kanoka inyuna kaming nakungit chamika pihurut ukot ay mabig naka ukot shelter mikday hugay ukot ay mabig rat ukot angutit tapkot kanok kaya kaya chot kanok inyuna kami ukot kanok habagubatigit ukot kanok ikayurot ikayulabihiki tapkot kanok ikayona kerutukot inihaktot nitakat nitakalunin ugat inyait kanok ikayona kerutukot ukata ka kanoka ikayo na kanole ka aulak to flipping nagalunin aulak to flipping nagalunin mani inarni mingni kanoka nakukanyak ukata ka Pirot ukat for Smith min ukat ukat hama ukat nakokirot apay ukat nakokirot hininga hating nakokibuting ukat kanoka iliming nuna nakokinyak liting nakokirot ukat habaktot kanoleka nakokinyak liting ukat habaktot ukat habaktot tainay kayuirot ka ukat nakurokin pinyaktot Inuit ukat Salt River First Nation mi ikayuirot kanoka Inuit hama nakokirot ukat kanoka tamani Fort Smith mi Inuit angutinun igilokakaluaktot kanoka ukat kanoka ikayo na kaminguna ukat inyong nina ikayuirot kanoka aglang ni ka apeksoy nyaktok ukat kanoka YWCA ukat ka YWCA miktay hugay tukot ay mabik ikayuhurut kanani family violence niktay hugay tukot ay mabing ni pisukaktot kaya kot ikayo ko niya ay hugay mani YWCA mi kanoka kanokikayu hurut kanoklaka ukunanik inyanik nitak nagalunin nitakanik ukot mani nunapting ni kanok on the land program miktay hugato na kanokikayu right nunapting ni ukot Salt River First Nations and Pound Makers tahugay ihimagit ka ukot ikayo hurot kanokle ka ukot nunapting ni on the land miktay hugat kanoka ikayo hurut ugat kanok inyo na kaming pisika kurot ikayo right.
Wellness and sobriety. So that I'm assuming that if people are listening to us talk and they're interested in
Salter First Nation ugat kokolagat apekroyu
Another question. One of them, it's to do with medical travel.
medical travel na apekroyu nariga ugat kanok taunu tabung haor kaulang mata anak mata kanok pihuva ugat inyong nika ikayo huranik escort nik tahu gait kanok anak tot
So would that review address my concern? Thank you, Madam Chair.
kuyanak
Thank you, Mrs. Batcha.
tabachamin
Totally separate section. That's under supplementary health benefits, is it not, or is it? Or no, it's a different department for that. So we'll come back to that. Is there anything else under health services? No. Okay.
Apekroyu hukpepi pillar hu 300.
Committee agree? Thank you. We'll now turn to page 185 and 186, long-term and continuing care services with information items up to page 88. So 186 to 188. So does members have questions under long-term and continuing care services? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my first question is around the Seniors Fund found on page 187. The Seniors Fund did see a slight increase in the 2020-2021 actuals to 330 from 305, but it appears as though the number of contributions, and this is the money going to the NWT Senior Society, is consistent year after year. I'm wondering if they're expected to increase this funding given that the number of seniors across the territory is increasing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure what the NWT Senior Society has asked for. I know a lot of the funding that goes there is around elder abuse, but for more detail, I'll ask the Deputy Minister, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you very much. So the increase in last year's actuals was related to a $20,000 allocation to the NWT Rexon Parks Association for the Elders in Motion program. And there was also an additional $5,000 allocated to the Hay River Senior Society. So that is what accounted for that growth that year. The budget has been stable, but as grants come along, we do, as has been proven by the actuals of 2021, have capacity to flow other funding as required. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I'm happy to hear that there was additional funds that went to the Recs and Parks and the Here River Senior Society as well. I'm assuming that some of this money went to helping seniors stay active, get out of the house. I know that one of the things that we've heard quite a bit about over COVID is the effects of isolation on our seniors and our elders. And so I'm wondering if Health and Social Services intends to find ways to replace this $25,000 that was used last year, either through funds, grants, or contributions from maybe the federal government or other third-party investors to be able to continue supporting activity with our seniors and our elders. Thank you. Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. As the member may know, we're currently developing a senior strategy, and so we're looking for gaps and ideas that would enrich the lives of seniors. And they are not part of this business plan, but they would be part of the next business plan. We do, however, have some money available in the next fiscal year for age-friendly community grants. And to provide more detail on that, I'll ask the Deputy Minister, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have added some additional funding to our age-friendly community program to support communities and community organizations to be able to plan for age-friendly communities. So we've actually merged together two funding pots. I might be getting the name wrong now that I'm saying it out loud, but we have merged together age-friendly community grants with another funding pot to, after hearing from communities, that this would make the resources more targeted on the issues and be less administratively complex for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Much, Madam Chair. The Minister mentioned the senior strategy, and I'm wondering what the timeline is on that. Thank you. Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that we're going to deliver it in this fiscal year, in the first half of this fiscal year.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I see here that we have a respite fund for caregivers of residents living with disabilities in the NWT. In the Northwest Territories, we also have parents with disabilities who are parenting with that. And I'm wondering if that respite fund is also open to parents with disabilities or if that would come through the disabilities fund. Thank you. Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the Deputy Minister if he can provide anything on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this funding is funding that flows to the Disabilities Council to provide community-based respite services, as well as some funding to Inclusion NWT to provide services in Yellowknife. So I'm not entirely sure the eligibility criteria that the NWT DC uses, but we can certainly get that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I see that the respite fund here has a consistent stable number of $475,000. And I just want to get a sense of if that's enough for the territory and for their respite needs across the territory. Does the minister know how many clients that serves and the average number of hours of respite that provides? Thank you. Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I am not clear about the demand for the respite fund and whether this is spaces inside long-term care where respite beds are available for people, or whether this is for use in their homes. I'll ask the Deputy Minister if he has any information on this.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we're talking about the same fund, the Respite Fund provides support for the two nonprofit groups that I previously mentioned. There are other forms of respite that are available to people through, we have a number of beds available throughout the territory for respite that might be needed by our elders. Certainly the ongoing review of the supported living program is something that we will be learning from in terms of what the needs might be for families and caregivers in terms of respite and any gaps that might exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair. Now, something that I noticed that you don't see very often is a reduction in the contributions to Health and Social Services Authorities funding in this section. And I'm wondering if the Minister knows what brought down that funding for actuals for 2020-2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
No. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm not sure why that figure went down. Wonder if Mr. Elkin might know that. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Elkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just confirming we're on grants and contributions, contribution to the Health and Social Service Authorities, and you're talking the 51,217,000 actuals, just to confirm on the right page. Sorry.
Yes? Yes.
And I apologize, we don't have all the details to why the expenses were lower in 2021. There was some costs related to COVID where there was some federal COVID offset funding, which may have reduced our obligation, but we'd have to confirm that. That may have reduced the amount of expenses that we incurred, but I don't have that detail here as to what the difference was in 2021.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I was just curious because I think anywhere that shows how we've spent less money in healthcare is a good learning opportunity, and maybe it just means we need more money from the feds in the end of the day. But thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Member for Toonaday-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 186, long-term care, long-term and continuing care services. I just want to mention that we, in our community of Dilo and Deda and Tutsukay, we have a senior home that's basically a fiveplex in our community, and I guess when I was listening to the chief talk about bringing nurses out there to look at providing some services and sit down with the elders in the old folks home and have that relationship, whether it be providing services like your medical pills and all that stuff. I guess they want to see the nurse come to these facilities and have the relationship with the elders as well. So I'm wondering, maybe to the minister, I'd like to extend that invitation to you to come to the community of Dilo, Deda, Tutsukay, and also Ford Resolution, and meet with the chief and council and the Métis Council, and see what the issues are and the concerns, and perhaps next year this time we could start building a budget to address some of the issues and concerns in those communities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. Home and community care includes nursing care, but it also includes personal support workers. And so as far as I know, both are available in the communities. That's part of our commitment to helping people to age in place. But I certainly am happy to hear more specific questions from the leadership in those communities and ideas about what kinds of services they think people need. Again, there was a home and community care review done a number of years ago in 2019, and it provided us with gaps and ideas about how to fill them. One of the main areas was standardizing what it is that nurses provide versus personal support workers or licensed practical nurses. And so we're still in the process of implementing the changes that were outlined in the home and community care section. So I can, when I come to your communities, bring with me more specific information about what we're providing. And you're right, I mean, the point of reviewing the budget now, of course, is for the next fiscal year, but you'd be surprised how quickly we start talking about the fiscal year after that and start planning for the things that communities want and need. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under long-term care and continuing care services from members? Seeing none. Health and Social Services, long-term and continuing care services, operation expenditure summary, 2022-2023, main estimates, $59,639,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. Committee, we will take a recess, and we'll start with out-of-territory services when we get back. I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we will continue on with Health and Social Services. We are now on page 189, out of territory services, and 190, 191, so those pages there. Are there questions from members? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is regarding the review of the $35 million here we spend on residential care. And my understanding is that, well, last year's actuals, and then there's just increasing pressure on this area. Can I just get an update of when we expect that review to complete and the status of it? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. This page, as the member said, reflects increased pressure, particularly in the adult services program. So we move some money within the program from youth to adults because people aged out of youth care. So the supported living review is supposed to look at whether there are feasible in-territory models that we could use to provide care for this client group. I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister if he can tell me when that review is going to be complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Madam Chair, the review will be complete by the end of this month.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very excited to hear that, and I guess I won't ask too many more questions. I'll wait for the review. But I'm just wondering if the Minister could help me understand how long-term care fits into this picture. We are bringing online, hundreds of long-term care beds over the coming years, and I know that Avens is expanding, and we have Legacy Stanton coming online. I'm just wondering the overlap here between the people who are getting this treatment down south and long-term care, or whether there is any overlap at all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. It's my understanding that the people who are receiving out-of-territory services have a level of needs that can't be met in territory. It's not a lack of beds, it's a lack of expertise to provide the level of care that that these clients need. So the long-term care admissions are sorted out by the territorial admissions committee, which includes health professionals and a member of the public, and they look at the distribution of beds available and who needs them and makes recommendations on that basis. The admissions to out-of-territory care are not handled that way, but maybe I'll ask the Deputy Minister to provide some detail about how those referrals are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is something that gets managed through the program, and they will identify clients' needs. It's not a dissimilar kind of assessment to look at a person's community care needs, and then work with the family and others to make sure there's proper care in place. It's often a very different type of care, not often nursing. It could be other types of care that's required. There is a connection, though, between the supportive living review and long-term care, in the sense that we do know that in Northwest Territories there are people being cared for in long-term care beds who have cognitive issues, who are younger, who are not seniors. They are younger people with disabilities. And so one of the questions that we've had as part of the supportive living review is, are there people currently in long-term care who, if we did a model redesign, could be repatriated to community and to be cared for in a more dignified manner in that way? So that's some of the advice we're looking forward to receiving at the end of March. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak to out-of-territory services? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I see the funding here from Health and Social Services contributions for Health and Social Services Authority funding, and the main estimates for this year are 26.8 million, and last year they were, for the actuals for 2020-2021, they were almost 30 million, and so I know that was above the main estimates by about roughly, I think, 3 million or so. Can the Minister speak to the increase in actuals to that line item? Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. It's my understanding that this has to do with the increase in the number of adults receiving services out of territory. But I'll ask the Assistant Deputy Minister if he would like to provide a more complete explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What happened in 2021 was we did have out-of-territory adults program expenses exceeded the budget. So we received approval to transfer 1.6 million surplus from the youth program into the adults program, and we had an extra supplementary funding of 1.5 million. So this was truly about demand for the service and the cost in that year being higher than budgeted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, I know that we have quite a backlog just from COVID of needs for different services. And so I'm wondering why it's not expected that this line item will, again, exceed the budgeted amount because of increased demand for adult services. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. My understanding is that this area is somewhat fluid in the sense that we know how many clients we have, and we can make a prediction about how many we're going to have in the future. But one of the really hard things to assess here is the acuity of the needs. We have some very high needs clients who require not just 24/7 staffing, but multiple 24/7 staffing. And so as the clients move from youth to adult services, they're reassessed. Their need for services and the kind of services is reassessed. And so that takes place during the year, and that can make a difference to the budget of how much money we need to spend in this area. So this is an estimate based on current usage, but it doesn't take into account what the actuals, or sorry, it's our best estimate of the costs going forward, but the actuals may differ. Yeah.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I wanted to continue my line of questions that I had from the health and social programs that was out of scope of that section because it's in scope here. And my questions were in regards to specialty services or access to services that are available in the South. And one of the things that we're seeing is that there's a fairly long wait time for different services. And so people are going on to either a wait list for something that's available down south, or if they can't even, if it's something that is only available down south, they're going on a wait list for down south. If it's something that is available here and they're on a really long wait list, they're also pursuing it down south. So it's kind of two different streams there. And what I'm noticing is that if somebody has a referral for a specialty service, and they are on a really long wait list for down south, and they choose to pay out of pocket for that service, they're able to jump the queue. My concern is that is that covered by out of territory services for residents? So are residents able to access services they're referred to out of territory through this funding pot here in order to gain access to specialty services that they need? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that question. I want to acknowledge that there are wait lists for services, and some of that has been driven by COVID, a lack of availability, and that the NTHSSA is developing a catch-up plan for people who are waiting for diagnostic services as well as treatment. So we can't pay for people to jump the queue. That really is contrary to the principles of the Canada Health Act. So the pathway is a referral from the NWT health practitioner, and to provide the services in territory if at all possible, and if not, then to make a referral to Alberta for the services. And it's worth knowing that if Alberta can't provide the service itself, they sometimes contract those services out to private service providers, but the pathway is still the same. They have to have a referral from here. So my hope is that we will see a catch-up plan for clearing these wait lists, but knowing that in some cases they're quite far behind and the service delivery time could be extended. But you know, we hope to be able to present you with that information and answer questions once the plan has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I think even though the government won't pay for people to jump the queue, people are paying for people to jump the queue. And so, and I'm going to use, I guess, a very specific example of that of Northerners travel out of territory, for example, to go get an MRI. And they go on a wait list to go and receive that service. They're referred by a doctor to do that. They go down to Alberta to access that service, but they have to wait on a wait list to do that. What some residents are able to do is to phone a clinic, get on a list, get down to Alberta, do an MRI, and come home. My concern is that even though that person is on a wait list for Alberta, if they set it up themselves, and they have the referral, is the GNWT willing to support that? Because really they're helping us on that catch-up plan. They're helping us move through that list. And so they're just getting there a different way, but still with the same path of having the referral. And so all I'm looking for is us being able to kind of open up how we are working through that catch-up plan by people being able to be a bit more proactive. Because my concern is that if the GNWT can't support that, then healthcare becomes a means of people with means. And so if you don't have the finances to pay for that up front and somebody else does, then really it's not equitable access to healthcare. That's my concern there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I understand the point that the member for Cam Lake is making, but I think it's premature to say yes, that's the path we're going to go. I think that we need to see this catch-up plan. We need to see what kinds of services and what the demand is for services before we commit to new ways of meeting that demand, which may include the ideas that the member has. But at this point, I feel like we need to get a grip on supply and demand in order to understand what that would cost and whether it's feasible. Equitable healthcare is very important, and so I want to endorse that as a principle for looking at this, but the solution is not in hand right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that, and I really look forward to seeing this plan. I think that it'll make a difference to a lot of people, and I guess in creating that plan, I just encourage health and social services to consider all the aspects of someone's life and potentially quality of life and inability to continue to work if their service requirement impacts their ability to go to work. So just those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members under out-of-territory services? Seeing none. Health and Social Services, out-of-territory services, operation expenditure summary, 2022-2023 main estimates, $77,688,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We'll now move to page 192, 193, with information item on 194, supplementary health benefits. This is where extended health benefits, medical travel benefits, Métis health benefits are under. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, can the minister just remind me whether there is a review planned under this area, supplementary health benefits? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
The status of these different areas is that Métis Health benefit qualification was reviewed at the end of 2022 to enable more people to participate. That work is complete. The medical travel was reviewed, and a number of changes were suggested, and that review is complete. The extended health benefits are being reviewed on a phased basis. And so the most recent initiative in this area is the biosimilar initiative, or as they're more commonly called, generics. So we are asking patients and doctors to switch to biosimilars, to have those conversations over the next, I guess there's about 4 months left in this period now, over the next 4 months to look at switching people from biologic drugs to biosimilar drugs. There are more changes planned in this area, but they're being phased in over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I saw the work being done on biosimilar, and I think it's great work. Please save us some money there. My question is, there's been this kind of long-standing question of whether, so, you know, people get covered under NHIB, seniors get covered under extended health benefits, then over in finance we have an even bigger section that covers GNWT workers for extended health benefits, and then most employers cover it, and then there's this small section of the working poor who do not have any benefits in the NWT. And we're a very rare jurisdiction in that it is truly a small percentage of people compared to everyone else those other programs didn't cover. I'm just wondering if we've done a review of whether extending benefits to them is feasible. And I don't really even know how that would work, given it would kind of trigger all of these other employer-provided benefits. But I'm just wondering if that question has been looked into in more detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. For an answer to this question, I'm going to ask the Deputy Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are doing work in the spirit of kind of an incremental plan. The second phase of our plan is to actually look at a new policy framework and to look at what would be involved in moving to a more income and needs-based approach to as opposed to the way we currently have the program structured, which in one instance is you have to have a specified disease in order to get coverage, and then we have age-based programs as opposed to income and needs. So this is something we're doing the spade work now on that issue, and we certainly will have some of that work completed before the end of the life of this this government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm very excited to hear that. I think there is a possibility to be a bit of a leader here in needs testing this and bringing those people in, especially given the variety of other ways you can find extended health benefits. I guess I had one last question here, and whether that review or this phased approach will address the question of dental at all. Dental is also one of those similar areas where there's lots of different ways you can get coverage, but there's a percentage of people who in the NWT don't get any coverage. I'm wondering if that's included in this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think so, but I'm going to just confirm that with the Deputy Minister, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
No, our plan does not include looking at extending dental benefits.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members under supplementary health benefits? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. It might be a little hard of hearing, but I think I heard the Minister say that the medical travel review was completed at the end of 2022, which we're not quite there yet, but was that, did the minister actually mean end of 2021? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. The medical travel review was completed in 2021, and we briefed the standing committee on the results, and we've used the results to do quality improvement in our service delivery. There have been questions about whether to extend the scope of medical escorts. They are not budgeted for in this budget, and so there are no further specific changes being planned to the program at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. The Minister mentioned that Métis health benefits had been reviewed around the eligibility. Can she just give me a bit of a refresher around how those benefits were changed? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the sticking point with the Métis is that they had to apply for NIHB benefits and to be told that they are not Indians, which you can imagine didn't go over very well with the Métis. So the way in which the Métis health benefits have been changed is that the Métis associations determine their memberships, and thus that's how we determine who gets Métis health benefits.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, yeah, thanks, and I think that's consistent with UNDRIP and reconciliation, all of those things. That's good. I'd understood too that there was some discussion at FPT, a table around the federal government starting to provide some financial assistance with Métis benefits because of previous court cases. Has there been any further discussion of that? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
I'm not aware of that discussion. I'll just ask the Deputy Minister if he is. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is something that we had raised pre-COVID with the federal government. It's been a position of the GNWT for some time that there should be, reflecting on the Daniels decision, that there should be some recognition of this in providing funding for our Métis Health Benefits program. So it's, I think the last time that we would have done any lobbying at the officials level is certainly before COVID in 2020.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks for that information. Is there any further review going to be done during the lifetime of this Assembly of extended health benefits, say particularly for seniors? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. I think that this would be a good question for the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you. So we are looking at, we're starting with looking at the specified disease conditions and looking at the establishment of an income or needs-based model. We will be engaging with the public on that. We will also be doing some engagement on seniors benefits, but don't anticipate changes in that regard until that would be something that would not occur until the next Assembly, or the next government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. No, I think it's important that discussion be held. I'm sure staff and the Minister know how sensitive that issue can be, so I'll probably just leave it at that. I don't think I have anything further on this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just have one quick question in regards to the supplementary health benefits, just to add on to the questions from the member for Yellowknife North. I'm wondering if audiology hardware or hearing aids is being considered as part of this review. There are a small number of adults who are not seniors who require hearing aids, and a small number of those who fall into support gaps that are available. And so I'm wondering if this is being considered as part of the review of the supplementary health benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask the Deputy Minister for this, please.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We follow the NIHB model and eligibility. So if hearing aids and such are required and covered by NIHB, that's something that is available. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under supplementary health benefits? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want some clarification, I guess. If you have, if we have Indigenous persons from other parts of Canada reside in the NWT and they have an NWT healthcare card, are they treated or looked at any differently compared to Indigenous people from the Northwest Territories with respect to either NIHB or the health services we provide?
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Well, everyone has, who is an NWT resident has a health care card. So in that sense, there wouldn't be a difference. If the person was eligible for NIHB, then they would be eligible here as well as wherever it is that they came from in the first place. If they're Métis, they would not be eligible for coverage here unless their ancestors were here prior to 1921. Is there anything you wanted to add? No, that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there any discussion, I guess, with the federal government as we go forward to talk about including the, I guess, I would say non-Indigenous Métis into the Métis health benefits? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any discussions on that point, and I'm seeing nodding at the other end. No, I don't think that is being discussed.
Thank you. Member for, that's it. Are there any further questions under supplementary health benefits? Sorry. Yep, member. Nope, that'll be the next thing. I'll bring it to you then. We're almost done. We're almost there. If there's no further questions under the supplementary health benefits, Health and Social Services, supplementary health benefits, operation expenditure summary, 2022-2023 main estimates, $40,262,000. Does committee agree? Agreed. Thank you, committee. Committee, if you want to go to page 195 to 190 to 200, then this is the time to ask your questions and the information items. Member for Tabacha.
Chair, I just was looking at the non-insured health benefits. The 2020-21 actuals is $20,997,000, then it goes down to the 2022-23 mains at $16,266,000, and I guess I just have a concern if the Métis are going to be included in this non-insured health benefits. I think there's a 6-month period I read somewhere, or something in some of the notes that I've read previously. I just want to make sure that the level of service for everybody within that non-insured health benefits stays up to par. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you refer this question to Mr. Elkin, please?
Thank you. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an agreement with the federal government to administer a portion of the NHB program on their behalf, and the amounts in the budget represent the estimated annual amounts that we would spend and we reimburse, but we are always reimbursed on actuals in accordance with their program, so they apply the program and the federal government, if they're legitimate expenses, will reimburse us. And there's an annual escalator in the agreement, which you'll see between 21-22 and 22-23. And there was an error in the opening main estimates figure, so that's we didn't have time to correct that in time for the publication. In 2021, it was higher because the federal government actually reimbursed us for the isolation costs of NHB eligible clients during COVID. So that's additional revenue we received in 2021 specifically related to COVID. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask also, the non-insured health benefits has always been a problem, even when I was in my other leadership role, and I'm sure it's across the territory with all the First Nations and soon to be Métis locals and so on. There's a lot of programs that are not covered under that are lacking within this, I'm just wondering how we could address that. There was a number, even with prescriptions. There's a whole. It's a major issue, and I remember going to trilateral meetings, and had the people in front of us that are in charge of this in the Ottawa office that transfers these funds, and it's always been a problem. So I'm just wondering how we as a government could address this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As I'm sure the member knows, the NIHB program is a federal program, and we, of course, have people who are eligible for NIHB benefits here, and as the Assistant Deputy Minister said before, the benefits for everyone else are pegged to the NIHB benefits. So in order to change that, we would need to lobby the federal government, and it seems to me that wouldn't be easy because it's a national program. So they would have to give to all NIHB recipients what they give to the NWT NIHB recipients. So it would be challenging to change that. I don't know if there's anything else to add on that. No, that's good. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I think, Madam Chair, because this is automatically given to the reimbursement amounts are given for the non-insured health benefits. It's a major problem with the people that it serves. It's always been a problem, like even with Salt River, or it's going to be a problem. It'll be a problem even when the Métis enter the program, and I think that's why there has been this kind of rollout period for the Métis. But I just don't want to. I don't want to be in a situation where it's even that people are not getting the care that they should be getting under this program, because a lot of the programs and some of the drugs that are in this are not covered. Okay, and it is a major program. It's a major problem, and we're talking about the majority of the people in the Northwest Territories, so that of Indigenous descent. So it is a concern that I bring here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, I understand that health officials meet with the federal government to talk about NIHB from time to time to bring forward these kinds of concerns about whether coverage is adequate, to what extent coverage is available, and so on. So this is something where a meeting is planned for this year. And so if you have specific issues that you would like to draw our attention to for that meeting, then by all means, please send me an email with that information so that we can include it in our consideration for what we're going to bring to that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member for Tabacha. Are there any further questions to the information items on the member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at page 199, and there's the Territory Health Investment Fund, and it doesn't show that there's any money in this budget or going forward, but I know that we got $7.1 million. We got $5 million for medical travel, $1 million for the sustainability positions, and $1 million for some primary positions. So I was just hoping to get an explanation of why that is, and whether that Territory Health Investment Fund is actually located in these main estimates currently, or whether that has to come forward, we just didn't get it in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the details of this fund were agreed after the main estimates were developed, but for more information, I'll ask Mr. Elkin. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elkin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a bit of an accounting issue. As new federal agreements expire and get renewed, the new process is we no longer recognize them as work on behalf of others. We actually appropriate them and load them into our budget. So the $7.1 million that we got this year, it would be $5 million would show up under medical travel, $1 million around would show up under the Culture and Innovation Division for the primary healthcare reform, and another $1 million would show under the administration, under the authority for the sustainability team. So it's just a different way of where it's represented. So what you're seeing is you're seeing the previous DIF agreement from 2 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I appreciate that. I guess I'm happy to see it's in here. Can I just get an update of, I actually don't know if it's public yet. I tried to find what the total agreement amount was and for how many years under the Territorial Health Investment Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding this is $7.1 million, and it's a one-year agreement to March 31st next year. 2-year agreement that includes the year we're in and next year.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm perhaps premature to ask this question. Do we have any update on whether this is something we will see going forward? I know this is kind of like it's for a number of years now the territories get together, they try and identify some priorities, and then we go begging to Health Canada to fund things. It'd be nice to see the Territorial Health Investment Fund become a bit more predictable. I'm just wondering if we have any hope of that or any news. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah, it would be great if it was longer term. The other thing would be great is we have an array of federal funding pots that are for specific things: home care, addictions recovery, sustainability, medical travel, and so on. There's some discussion about whether all the federal contributions should be grouped into a bulk transfer over, with different parameters over multiple years, rather than having all these individual funds to negotiate year after year. And I think that that's one of the things that's being discussed in connection with the Canada Health Transfer is, do we top up the Canada Health Transfer to include all these specific funds, or do we continue the way we are, or do we have a base fund and a top-up fund? So those are the discussions that the Premier is engaged in. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions to the information items? Seeing no further questions, please return now to the departmental summary found on page 169. Yep, okay. Health and Social Services, Operation Expenditures, Total Department, 2022-2023 main estimates, $594,777,000. Member, Mr. O'Reilly.
Sorry, I almost lost track here. I was having so much fun. Thanks, Madam Chair. I move that this committee defer further consideration of the estimates for the Department of Health and Social Services at this time. Merci, Madam Chair.
The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. Consideration of the Department of Health and Social Services 2022-2023 main estimates, operating expenditures, total department is deferred. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Madam Chair, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
Did I say Mr. Norn? I'm sorry.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I got into my head. Move that the chair rise and report progress.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. Those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. I'll now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Inuvialuktun Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering bills 23, 29, 38, Minister's Statement 202-19-2, table documents 561, 567, 578, 579, and would like to report progress with one motion. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Member for Inuvialuktun Lakes, do we have a seconder? Member for Thabacha. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Thursday, March 10th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address. Petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents. Notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 29, and 38, Minister Statement 202, table document 561, 567, 578, 579, and Committee Report 24-19-2, Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, March 10th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.
Order.